Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to our 5th painting series. If you've been with us before, I hope you have your almighty easel set up and you're all ready to go along with me and paint a fantastic little painting. And let's go across the colors that we're going to use. I'll have them graphically run the colors across the screen, starting with the titanium white and going all the way around. And they'll come across your screen in the same order that I have them on my palette. If you haven't been with us before, hang around. I think you'll really enjoy what we're going to do. Now I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white. And the magic white, it makes the canvas wet, makes it slick. It allows us to literally blend color right on the canvas. So let's go up here and do it. And I'll start with a big old 2.5-inch brush today. And we'll go right into a little bit of phthalo blue. And we'll just work some of that right into the bristles here. Just beat it into the bristles so you have a nice, even distribution of color. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. Maybe we'll make let's just make a happy little sky here. We just use little crisscross strokes. And just let the brush just sort of bounce around and play and just let it have fun. Let it have fun. A little more color, and we'll go up here in this corner. And I'm not covering the entire canvas evenly. I'm leaving some little spots here and there that, hopefully when we're done, it'll look like some happy little clouds floating all across the sky. There. Now it's easy, real easy to make the sky darker, but it's a son of a gun to make it lighter. So use very, very little color when you first start. You can always go back and add more color. Now while I've got this old dirty brush going here, I'm going to retread up into this color, which is a little bit of phthalo green, and we want very, very small amounts. Extremely, extremely strong. And we'll just mix it right on the brush. There we go, a little phthalo green and phthalo blue. Okay, let's go back up here. I'm going to have some water in this painting. I love water. And water is always level. If it's still water, it's always level. So just come across and try to keep these strokes as straight as possible. Okay, now let's go to the other side and pull this way. Okay, and you can see how the color is blending. And it's continually mixing with the magic white. Now you could do all these things on the palette, but they would take you a long time. Here we let it happen right on the canvas. Okay. Now I'll wash the brush, and we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. I never wash my brushes with turpentine. Only with odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess. And that's the most fun of all. Now with a clean dry brush, I'm going to go back into the sky and just very quickly blend it out a little bit. Those light spots remain. There. And just let this happen. We really just sort of let it just flow right out of our mind, right onto the canvas. And you don't have to spend a great deal of time planning and worrying. Just let it go. Let it go. Okay, tell you what let's do. Let's take an almighty fan brush here, and we'll make a happy little cloud. And I'm using a number 6 fan brush and some titanium white. Tell you what, let's put the least little amount of permanent red in there. Put a little sunshine on it. We want some sunshine in our clouds. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. Maybe, right here, using just the corner of the brush, we'll put a happy little cloud. And clouds are very, very free. Very free. Just let them bounce around and play. And we're looking for areas here that are thick, areas that are thin, areas that have no paint. Keep the brush moving. Keep it moving. If you let it stay in one place and keep doing this, you're gonna end up with a big cotton ball up in the sky. Let it move. Okay, tell you what, let's go over to the other side here, maybe. There is a happy little cloud that, yeah, there was. He lives right there. Just let him go. There he is. And you put these clouds wherever you want them. This piece of canvas is your world. It's your world. And you make your world the way you want it. Now, then I'm going to take a clean, dry 2.5-inch brush, and I want to blend the bottom of these clouds out without touching the top. So let's start right here, and very lightly, just 3 hairs and some air. Just let it caress the canvas. Barely, barely, barely touching. Blend the bottom out. Leave the top of the cloud alone. Okay, let's do this one. And work in layers. Okay, now, let's fluff this cloud. Now watch what happens. We're gonna lift this cloud up, and you're gonna pull little stringy things of paint up. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. You want those to happen right now. And then very lightly, you just blend them, and it brings all of it together. Okay, let's do that again over here on the other side. Just blend the bottom of the cloud out. Just like so. Fluff it up, and then blend it. And this little son of a gun here, we don't want to forget him. And we'll just blend him out and fluff him up. And then very lightly, and that easy, you've got some beautiful, beautiful, very effective little clouds. Okay, I'll wash my brush. And there's a screen in the bottom of this can that I scrub the brush against. It really helps get the paint out of the brush. Tell you what, my home is in Fairbanks, Alaska, so I'm sort of hung up on mountains. So let's build a fantastic little mountain here. We'll take some phthalo blue, some Van Dyke brown, and we'll use a little bit of alizarin crimson. So we have phthalo blue, Van Dyke brown, and a small amount of alizarin crimson. Now, the more crimson you put in, the more purplish your mountain's going to be. Pull this paint out very flat and just cut across it so you have a small roll of paint. There, right out on the edge of the knife. Let's go up here. Now you have to make some decisions in your world. Where is the mountain going to live? I'm going to have my mountain live right there. And you're really, really pushing this paint into the canvas. Really push it into the canvas. And anywhere you decide there's a bump or a hill or big stone, put it in. Put it in. This is where you exert your fantastic power. It's right here. Okay, now, see, you scrape off the excess paint, and the canvas will keep what it wants. The value is in the material. Okay, now, I want to remove more excess paint and blend this out. Because the canvas is wet, this paint will move, it'll slide, you move it all over the canvas. There we go, just pull it out. And when you're painting mountains, always remember, if you can see the entire mountain, it's always more distinct at the top than it is at the bottom. At the bottom of the mountain, we have mist, and now we have pollution. All these things have a tendency to break up and diffuse light. And you can see from that, the top of the mountain is very dark, it's very strong. And down at the bottom of the mountain, then, it's very soft and quiet and peaceful. And that's what we're looking for. Okay, now I'm going to go right into my titanium white. We'll put a little snow on this mountain. A little bit of snow. Pull it out very flat, very, very flat, just like we did before. And then cut across it. Get that small roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now, you have to make some decisions. Which one of these peaks is the farthest away? The one that's farthest away? Let's do it first. There, just follow right down the mountain. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. No pressure. All that's touching the canvas is that little roll of paint that's on the knife. And then you begin thinking about where the light would strike as it just comes through here. Now, some people find it easier to put the shadow on first. Personally, I like to put the highlight on first and then put the shadow in later. But either way that works for you. There are no set, firm rules in painting. You find what works for you, and that's what you do. There we go. And you can bring this down to wherever you want it. You can end up covering your whole canvas with mountains, which is a super way to practice. I'm going to take some phthalo blue and titanium white, and we'll mix that together. And to that, I'm going to add a small amount of Van Dyke brown. The brown is there just to dull it down. And I'm not worried about over mixing that. Just leave that paint marbled. Okay, and once again, we'll take that little roll of paint. Let's go up here. And we'll go in the opposite direction, the opposing direction, whatever you want to call it. And put in some shadows. And every shadow needs its own little private highlight, or he won't play. He'll just disappear on you. Look at that, look at that. I've painted for over 20 years, and it still excites me to see these things happen. It's unbelievable. I was a traditional painter for many years, and I suffered, and oh my gosh, would spend weeks and weeks and weeks on a painting. And when I got finished, I had turned it to mud, or I was so tired of looking at it, I didn't want to paint on it anymore. And this offers you unlimited freedom. Unlimited freedom. And that's what we're all looking for. A little bit of highlight right there. Now, let's just sort of bring these together. Maybe it comes from right here, and just let it sort of work together. I guess so. Come right down. Just like that. And you can keep adding just wherever you think there should be a almighty peak. That's where it should be. There. And on this series, we're going to try to, I'm going to bring in a couple of friends. I think I'll bring in a couple of friends and let them show you some fantastic things that can be done. The more people that you see that can do this, the more you'll understand that you can do it too. There's no big secret to it. Anybody can do it if they're willing to practice a little bit. Now we'll take the large brush. I want to create some mist down here. So here I'm tapping, just lightly tapping. Pay particular attention to the angles. Always follow the angles in your mountain. And then we'll lift up. Very lightly, lift upward. And look at that. Creates very soft, misty effects. Maybe, let's play a game. Let's play a little bit here. Maybe one of these peaks here, show you how to bring a mountain. Oh, I tell you what. We're having such a good time here. Show you something else too while I'm here. I'm gonna take a little of the magic white and add it right into my titanium white, so it's a little bit thinner. One of our golden rules, thin paint, we'll stick to a thick paint. I want to put a cloud coming right across the mountain here. Just let it come right across. You know, these old clouds, they just sort of drip across the mountain. So, just barely touch it. And this is a thinner paint. And it'll stick on top of that thick paint that's already up there. Okay, maybe he's got a little friend that lives right here. And maybe, shoot, who knows? Maybe there's a happy little cloud that he sort of, maybe he fell out of the sky and he's just floating right down here at the bottom of this mountain. And we'll take the big brush and just blend that. Look at there. Fluff it up, up. And then very lightly, we'll just blend all this together. We'll put a happy little cloud right down at the bottom of the mountain. And you can put as many of these in here as you want. And maybe, tell you what, let's just bring this one right down in front of the cloud. And you can just keep adding on and on and on, wherever you want it to go. Look at that. Look at that. And we'll drop a happy little shadow here and there. See how that shadow makes it just pop out? That's where it happens. Now we could spend the whole show working on mountains here, but I'm sure we want to look at some other things. So we'll just put some mist right here. Over here we follow these angles. Soften all this up and go from there. And that easy. Now you can see how this plane projects out. The little mist in here and the softening, it just brings it right out. Okay. Tell you what, I'm going to mix up. We just use the same mountain color and we'll put some sap green into it. So we have blue, brown, little alizarin crimson, and now a touch of sap green into it. Just a little though. Okay. Now let me clean my knife. We'll use the fan brush and I just quickly lay a little on here. Now I want to have maybe like a little tree line going up the side of this mountain. So all I'm doing here with the fan brush is just touching, and you still need to follow the angles in that mountain. Always follow the angles in that mountain. And that easy, you can put a whole forest nearly just climbing right up the side of the mountain. There we go. And all we're doing is laying it on with the fan brush. Just lay it on. Now I'm going to take a 1-inch brush, it's clean and dry, and very lightly begin lifting straight up. Just straight up. There we go. Barely touching. Now this softens and brings everything together. That easy. That easy. You know, it's hard for me to believe that we're into our 5th series. Oh my gosh, you can't believe what wonderful things it does to my heart to know that you've allowed me into your home this many times and you're inviting me back again. You've literally made a dream come true. All my life I have wanted to be able to share my views of nature with everybody. And you've allowed me to do it. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's very special to me. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe back in here, there it is. You know it's there. Some happy little trees that live way back here. And this is that same color. Same color. There we go. There we go. And all you're looking for is distant indications here. We don't want a lot of detail yet. When things are far away, you don't see all the detail that you see when they're close up. So lack of detail sometimes can be as important as detail. Just let these little trees grow wherever you think they should. And don't worry about covering up some of this, because it's going to show through, and that's what makes it look real. Nature doesn't move trees just so it's pretty for you. They grow wherever makes them happy. Very quickly here, we just drop in some happy little things here. Same color. That's all there is to it. Same old color. Very dark color. Now this fan brush has a little white on it. I want to put some little indications, maybe a few little tree trunks back here. So all I'm doing is lifting upward, very lightly. Very few. Don't get crazy. Don't get too many here. Just a few. And if you get one that's too light, all you have to do is rub it a little bit, and it'll pick up that dark color underneath, and it'll go away. Now then, let's put some highlight here. I'm going to start with, this is cadmium yellow. I'll put a little yellow ochre into it, and some sap green, and we'll just mix these right on the fan brush. A lot of paint in the brush. A lot of paint. Just work that brush. But you can see all the layers of color. And when you mix on the brush, you get all these different layers. You don't have one flat old dead color. And we're looking for a bright, shiny color. Okay, now we touch and push and bend upward. Just bend that brush upward. And you see how that's, touch it, push it, and bend it. And that makes all those little grassy things. Way back here in the distance. Far, far away. Maybe it comes right down through wherever you want it. There it goes. There it goes, right up through there. Right on up. And you just sort of make these little paintings up in your mind as you go along and let them happen. Now I want some reflections on there, so I'm going to touch a small amount of the phthalo blue. I want the reflections to have a little more blue cast to them. And go right up here, and I'm going to pick up a little bit of the color, and it's going to mix with the blue, and all of it's going to mix with the magic white, and instant reflections. This may be one of the most fantastic things that happens in this technique. It's some of the most spectacular reflections imaginable, and it's easy, so easy. There we go. And then very lightly go across. This will give it a watery appearance. That easy. Now then, maybe there's some stones back here. So let's take some burnt umber, and I'll use yellow ochre and burnt umber. Put a little titanium white in there too. What the heck? That'll be our highlight color. And then we can start with just straight Van Dyke brown and put in our base color. We'll just drop in some happy little things. There you go. Just let them happen. And painting should make you happy. Should bring a song to your heart. Make you appreciate life, all the beautiful things that are happening around you. Take time to look at nature, to appreciate it. Sometimes we look at it every day and we have a tendency to overlook it. Okay, this is that highlight color. It's yellow ochre, burnt umber, and a little titanium white. See? And you get all these things because you don't overmix your paint. Let it happen. Don't fight it. That's what it's all about. Just relax. Be calm, peaceful, and let it go. Okay, now then, we'll take, and let's just drop in some little grassy areas coming right down through there, wherever you want them. Over here, a few. And that sort of just ties it all together. And now use a little of the magic white, very thin, and we'll drop in a happy little water line back here. Just like so. And the beauty of this technique is right in the middle of it. You can change your mind, you can redesign paintings, because this is your world, and you can do anything that you want to do in this world. Anything that you want to do. Wash that brush real quick. Okay, a little of the magic white, a little titanium white. Maybe, who knows? Maybe back here there's just a little indication. There it is. Look at that. A little stream lives right there, and just, it drops right in here and puts some water right into our painting. Right into our painting. A few little happy grassy things. And that easy. You can just put you a happy little stream, little foam here where it's coming out into this river or lake or pond or whatever you want it to be. Okay, now we can get over here into the foreground and really have some fun. So I'm going to take all the dark colors that I got. There's brown, there's blue. Oh, there's some crimson, big gob of sap green. The big thing is that it's dark. Okay, let me get a big brush here. And I'll just use this old dirty brush. We'll go right up into this color, wiggle that brush. Wiggle that brush. Bring it to a nice, sharp edge. See if you can see that. See, it's a very nice, sharp, chisel edge. Let's go up here. Now, right here in my world, there lives, there certainly better live there now, a big evergreen tree. And he just lives right in this brush, and all you do is just go back and forth and push him out. Just push him out. And there he comes. There he comes. Don't be afraid of this brush because it's big. It will do absolutely fantastic things. And right here, there's a little bush and a tree, and it comes right across wherever you want it. We'll just fill all this up with dark. You need the dark in order for your light to show. You can't have light without dark. You know, it's just like in life. You can't know happiness unless you've known a little bit of sorrow. So the good Lord gives us all a little bit of sorrow so we can know the happiness when it comes. Tree trunks, little burnt umber. Doop, 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 doop. There we are. Little highlight color. This is a little yellow ochre. Okay. Now then, I'm going to take a 1-inch brush, put a little paint thinner on it to thin the paint. Sap green and yellow. And let's just very quickly here drop in some little indications of a few highlights. Just a few indications. Darker as they go down here. Okay. Now, if you have trouble making it stick, add a little bit of paint thinner or magic white. That'll thin your paint. There we go. Drop in a happy little bush right there. This is sap green, cad yellow. Just drop them in wherever you want them. It's your world. Tell you what, I'm going to add a small amount of Indian yellow, yellow ochre, and some permanent red here. I want one that shines right here, just like so. And I really hope you've enjoyed this. It's a lot of fun. I hope to see you every week here with us. And we'll teach you some of the most fantastic and easy paintings you've ever seen. And they're very effective. They'll make you happy. Your friends will never believe you've done them. Okay, now with just a clean knife here, we can drop in a few little sticks and twigs. That easy. Wherever you think they should be. Just drop them in. And I think we have a finished painting. And with that, we'll stop here. I'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting. I look forward to seeing you next week. Goodbye. Hi, welcome back. I'm glad to see you today. Today I thought we'd do a black canvas and we'll turn it into a painting that will look like it's done on a white canvas. So I'll have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting, and they'll come across in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with a white and working around. And let's go right up to the canvas here. Now, this is a black canvas. It's been painted with a flat black acrylic and allowed to dry. And then I've covered the entire canvas with a thin, even coat of phthalo blue. Now, you could use Prussian blue for this, but I'm in a bright mood today, so I thought I'd put phthalo blue on there and we'll just make it sparkle and really play. Start with a little bit of titanium white. We'll just work a little into the bristles, and let's go right up here in the sky and just start playing. And you can see already that white picks up the blue color that's on the canvas, and beautiful, beautiful colors. They just happen automatically. Just let them happen. I love these black canvases. There we go. And you can make the sky as bright as you want it, or leave it dark. If you want it brighter, just add a little more white and just work it in. It'll get brighter and brighter and brighter. Okay. And that's a super fast little way to make a very effective sky, just applying a little white on the canvas. Okay, let me clean the brush. A little odorless paint thinner on it. There we go. That is the fun part. Now maybe you want to put a little cloud in the sky. It's very simple. Put a little titanium white on the fan brush. Just work it into the bristles. Okay, let's go up here, and very easily, just take the corner of the brush and you can drop in a happy little cloud. Just want to show you how to make one. And in your world, you put as many clouds as you want. Okay, then we'll take the large brush, and we want to blend the bottom out and not touch the top. Very lightly, little tiny circles. Tiny little circles. Don't touch the top yet. Okay, and we'll lift that up and very lightly blend it. Very gentle. And it's a super, super nice, easy little way to make a beautiful little cloud. Maybe we'll have another one right here. And once again, in your painting, you put as many clouds as you want. Just want to show you how to do them. And how many clouds you have then is up to you. There. We'll fluff it up a little bit, and then just very gently, very, very gently blend it. Okay. Now then, let's build some happy little background trees back here. And I'll use this old large brush, still has a little bit of blue on it. And I'll go right into some cad yellow and sap green. Cad yellow and sap green. we'll just make a beautiful green color. Just load a little bit into the bristles. I'm just pulling it through the paint there. See? Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. And let's put a few little happy tree indications that just live way back here. Now all we need is a light color because we already have all this dark on the canvas, so we can get away with it. Now I'm going to begin adding little colors to the brush like yellow ochre, little Indian yellow. Without cleaning the brush, just sort of play these colors back and forth. Let's put a little burnt umber in there too. That will tone it down some. There. You can make these colors as dull or as bright as you want them. Yeah. Happy little indication. We're not looking for a lot of detail yet. Just little indications back in here. And as many of them as you want. And layer them. That's what makes them look deep and gives the painting depth. Make layers and layers and layers of them. Let's add a little bit more of the brown color. A little burnt umber and maybe right there. And let some of the sky show through. Just let it show through. Let it shine. There's one. That one's a little brighter. Gives it a little more contrast. Put a little darker one in front. And you just play back and forth with your colors. Light against dark, dark against light. Okay, let's go to the other side over here for a minute and drop in a couple of quick little trees and bushes. Just let them fall off your brush. And there's many ways to use this brush. This is just one. And I try to show you numerous ways to use the same equipment. And then you pick out the way you like, or use them all. We just want to give you ideas here. Okay, put a little alizarin crimson in the color. We'll make a nice bright one right there. There we go. Okay, and that quick, it gives us a nice little background indication. So you mix all these colors on the brush and then all kinds of beautiful things happen automatically. I'm going to use a little bit of paint thinner and go right into some burnt umber and some Van Dyke brown, and I've thinned the paint down. And let's go up here and let's put a few little trunk indications here and there. Just here and there. There we go. And remember our golden rule. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So if your paint doesn't want to stick too well, thin it a little bit, then it'll stick. We always start with a very firm paint, and we can add thinner paints on top without becoming a mud mixer. It's easy to become a mud mixer. And we've all done it. My gosh, I've done it probably more than anybody. There we go. And just however many of these you want. Just let them drop right off your little grip liner brush. There. And this grip liner brush has very long bristles. It holds a lot of paint. Okay. While I've got that going, tell you what, let's do. Maybe there's the one that's in the foreground right here. Maybe just let him come right down like that. This one's a little closer, a little bigger, a little more detail. And I'm going to add a little tiny bit of white onto my brush so I can just put the indication of a little highlight here. I don't want much. It's too far away to have a lot of detail. Just want a little detail, not a great deal. There. We'll put some leaves on that little tree later. Okay, now I'm going back to the 2.5-inch brush and just play it through some of the different colors. Cad yellow, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. And then I'm just going to begin tapping. Just tapping. And we'll put some nice soft little areas back in here. Very quiet, very soft, gentle. There. Nice place for the little birds to live. Bunny rabbits and squirrels. There we go. Okay. And this is one of the easiest ways there is to make very soft little grassy areas. Okay. And you can just do them layer after layer after layer and let them go. Maybe, let's take a fan brush here and a little bit of the burn umber, just a small amount. And I'm going to go right up in here, and maybe this little ground area is showing. Just sort of scrub this. A little yellow ochre right on the same old brush. And just very lightly. There we go. Just here and there, maybe it's an old dry creek bed. Maybe when it rains, the water comes down through there. Or maybe it's a little path. Maybe it's where the deer comes. There we go. Just makes the painting a little more interesting. Okay. Now, let's go back to our liner brush. A little paint thinner, some Van Dyke brown, burn umber, and maybe, yep, there's a tree that lives right there. Right there. And we'll put him in a basic trunk shape. And you could do this with a knife, fan brush. Today I'm just using the liner brush. There we go. And drop in a few more little branches. Touch a little white, just so there's a highlight. There. Just blend it right into the dark. Okay, let's go back to our big brush now. And let's put some leaves on this tree. I'm going to start out here. It looks like I've got yellow and sap green and some burn umber. Got yellow, sap green, burn umber, all mixed together. Let's go up to the canvas and just drop in some basic little ideas where we'll have some leaves. And all I'm doing is just barely touching the canvas, just using the tip of the brush. Just barely touching. Just let all these little things just fall out of your brush. There we go. Maybe there's some that live right here. Now, I want to highlight those so they stand out a little more. So I'll go into some cad yellow right on the tips of my brush. And then we can just touch it here and there. Just enough to highlight it. There we go. There. Just barely touch the canvas. Just sort of let these float right off of it. And wherever you think they should be. And then a super way, though, to make a very effective little tree, and it does good things for you in here. Okay, while we got this brush going, let's go over here and we'll do the same thing on another tree. I'm going to use Van Dyke brown, sap green, and a little bit of the cad yellow. Let's just drop in some little leaf indications, same way. Same way. If it's working, let's keep it going. And practice these little things. You'll find the more you practice anything, the easier it gets. If there's a secret, it's practice. Okay. A little bit of the yellow. And just drop that right in. Just a few little highlights here and there. There. And that quick. Very effective little tree. Okay, let's decide where his foot is down here. Just cut him off. And we can bring this right on down. Same colors. Sap green, cad yellow, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. And mix them on the brush so you get a multitude of things happening. Okay, this is just a dry, clean brush. If you want to make it darker, all you have to do is just tap on it, and it'll also soften it, make it much quieter. bring it all together. There, see? You need that dark area so the light shows. You need the dark. You need the dark. A lot of times when you're painting, it begins to work so nice that you get carried away and you cover up all your dark areas, and then all of a sudden nothing will show. It doesn't stand out. You need dark against light. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Maybe there's a happy little pond down here. I like water. I'll go right into some titanium white with a 2.5-inch brush. Figure out where you want your water to be. And I want it to be right there. And maybe it runs back in there. We don't know where exactly. Now it's picking up all that beautiful, beautiful phthalo blue that's underneath, the green that's in the grass. All these colors are just coming together. Don't fight them. Don't fight them. Let these things happen. Some of your most beautiful effects. In truth, they're accidents. But don't fight them. Let them happen. Look at that. Beautiful colors. Now, to give it the appearance of water, very lightly, just go across. These strokes need to be straight. No matter where your water goes, they still need to be straight. It's almost a tendency to follow your water line. And if you do that, those strokes will go at an angle and they'll bother you. Oh, you'll yell at me. Okay, tell you what. Let's take the old knife, I want to mix up some Van Dyke brown and some burnt umber. I'm going to put a little bit of permanent red into it. So we got Van Dyke brown, burnt umber, permanent red. There we go. Okay, now let me grab the old fan brush. And I'll take the fan brush and load a lot of paint into it. And let's put some dirt under our grassy areas here. And all we're going to do is just scrub in some dirt, just like so. And this is where you have to start making all those big decisions. Where does land and water meet, come together? There. See, let that come out right through there. This is a very effective and simple way to make some nice land areas. Okay, I'm going to go, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into some yellow ochre and some titanium white. Right on the brush. And then just barely touch. Just let it bounce and play. Just add a little permanent red to that too. And mix these on the brush. Don't over mix them. You want all the different colors just sort of to happen. Just let them happen. Let them have fun. There. Okay. Here's some right back in there. There we go. Okay. Wherever you want these, just let them happen. It's a super nice, easy way to make very effective land areas and look like little stones, and works easy. Okay. Now we can bring some of these nice little grassy areas right down in here. Bring all this together. There we go. Put a tiny little bit of paint thinner on my brush so it paints a little bit thinner and it'll stick easier. There we go. Let's go over here on the other side. There we are. Just let these come right down. Bring them all together. Okay, a little bit right in there. Okay. Now I'm going to take some magic white and a little bit of brown. And like so. Take a little bit of paint, just cut across it. Let's go right up in here. And just drop us in a happy little water line. It's a good way to to clean up the edges and bring everything together. Okay, right across. I really hope you paint along with me each week. We get so many cards and letters and people are painting along. And it works. It really and truly works. There. And another nice thing about painting, you know, it doesn't matter if you're 8 or 80. It works just as well for young people as it does for us older people. Works just as well. There we go. Tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Let's build some trees. Let's make a tree. Right here, I'll still use a liner brush. Show you how to make a bigger tree just using the old liner brush. It holds a lot of paint, so you can do this. And I've thinned the paint with paint thinner. So I can come right down here and just let this tree keep growing and getting bigger. And don't make all your trees straight. Let them bend. Oh, trees grow in all kinds of ways. They're not just all perfectly straight. Every limb's not straight. Every branch is not straight. It'd be nice if they did grow that way. The man at the lumber company would be a lot happier. But they don't. They don't. There. And we'll take a little bit of a light color, a little light brown, and just drop in some indications of some highlight here and there. Okay, now let's drop some happy little leaves right up there. Get a little bit of this same old dark color I had, sap green, Van Dyke brown, little cad yellow. And we can drop in some basic little leaf shapes just very quickly. Very quickly. They're a lot of fun to make. Keep them loose. Just relax when you do this. If you're real stiff, then the leaves on your tree will look that way. Just be very loose and relaxed. Take a little bit of yellow, put a little highlight on him. Gotta let him sing in the sunshine. There. See, now when you look at this painting when it's finished, you wouldn't believe it was on a black canvas. And wash off the old fan brush. Grass on his little footsies there. Tell you what, let's do. Let's go right into this. I'm going to take some phthalo green, and we'll just mix this on the brush. Some phthalo green and alizarin crimson. That'll make a super, super nice black color. Okay, alizarin crimson and phthalo green. And right here. Right there. Oh, look at there. I know what you're saying. That Bob's messed up this time. Maybe. But I want a big tree right here. I want to show you how to make a beautiful big tree. Let's give him a big foot. Maybe out through here. We'll just let it come right on down. Very dark. This is black. And this whole big tree will help push everything back and makes your perspective better. All right. Oh, when we make a tree, we make a tree. We make a tree. Let's give him an arm right there. Big, healthy arm. Strong tree. There. Now we need some highlights on that tree. And we could use the knife or the fan brush. Let's use the knife today. I'm going to take yellow ochre. Just straight old yellow ochre. Put a little bit of burnt umber into it. Pull it out flat. get a little bit right out here on the edge of the knife, okay? And let's just go right up in here, and all I'm going to do is just touch. Now, because you have that little roll of paint on the blade, when this bark dries, it'll have texture. It'll produce real shadows. You can feel it strong. There. And when you're out selling a painting or two, people look at that and, whew, you put a happy buck in your pocket. Happy buck. I added a little permanent red. Just smallest little amount. Just enough to spark it up a little bit. Okay, like so. Okay, now, let's put a little bit of reflected color, and I'll use phthalo blue, a little touch of white. Go over to the other side, and just give a little indication here of a little reflected light. Okay, just let this wander right on up the tree. Maybe just a little under his arm here. There we go. Needs a little reflected light under his arm. Okay, just let this come right on down his little foots. Big foots. He got a big foots. Now back into the black color, and just that little roll of paint, and I'm just going to begin touching and bring all this together. And you just keep tapping, letting this color work back and forth until you get it the way you want it. And it's a very, very effective way to make a fantastic tree branch. Nice strong trunk, but it'll really, really have texture to it. When it's dry, it is spectacular. A little touch of light right there. There we go. Okay, now we can put a little grass on his foots. Just a little here and there. And I think we about have a completed painting. Take a little bit of thin oil, a little color, sign it, and it'll be all done. I really hope you've enjoyed this one. The old clock on the wall tells me I got to leave you, but I'll be back next week. So until then, happy painting. Welcome back. Glad you could join me today. And today I thought we'd do the little painting that's animated at the beginning of each show. And you've been watching that one every week, and it's a fantastic little painting. I think you'll enjoy doing it. Now, we won't be able to do an exact duplicate because we never duplicate anything exactly, but I'll show you each stroke and how it was done, and from there you can get the idea yourself and make fantastic paintings at home. And I'll have them graphically run all the colors that we're going to use across the screen, and they'll give you the colors in the order that I have them on my palette, starting with titanium white and going around. All right, now I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white, so it's wet, slick, ready to go, and let's get started. I'm going to start out right here with a small amount of Indian yellow. Indian yellow is a very, very transparent yellow, a lot of fun to work with. Let's go right up here, and we'll start using just the little crisscross strokes, just X's. This is the way the teacher used to grade my paper in school. A lot of X's. There we go. Now it's mixing with the magic white, and automatically it gets lighter in value. There. Just a small yellow hue in the background. Very little of this will show. Okay, now let's go right back without cleaning the brush, and I'm going to get a very small amount of alizarin crimson and just beat it into the brush. This assures a nice even distribution of color in the brush, so you don't end up with great big streaks in the sky. And once again, the little crisscross, little X patterns right on top of the yellow. And it's very, very easy to apply more color, but it's a son of a gun to take it off. So use very, very little color You can always add more if you want it. There, all the way across. And blend these together. Just keep making the little crisscross strokes till they blend together, and you can't tell where one color stops and the other one starts. That's what we're looking for. Now the crimson acts as a barrier because I'm going to put blue on the top, and the crimson acts as a barrier in between here to keep the yellow and the blue from mixing, because if those two mixed, you'd have a bright green sky, and we don't want that. So I'm going right into a little bit of the phthalo blue. Tiny, tiny amount. Blue is so strong. Go right up here, and we make the little crisscross strokes, allowing the blue to blend right into the alizarin crimson. And where they meet, it'll turn sort of a lavender color, purplish color. And this is a very soft painting. A lot of the paintings we've done in the past have been very bright. And I want to show you that you can do very, very soft, quiet little paintings. They don't have to be bright. Some people object to bright colors, so this piece of canvas is your world, and you can do anything you want to do. We just try to show you how, give you ideas. There we go. Now just blend all this together, still using little crisscross strokes. And because we're using a very thick paint, you can do all this blending without it turning to mud. Okay, now while I've got my brush going here, I'm going to take a little more of the crimson and just go back and forth and add a little bit down here. Just here and there. Just back and forth, have fun. Let it go. A little more crimson on the brush. There. And right into a little bit of the phthalo blue. And very lightly here and there. Just, we'll pick up some of this and we start laying snow in here, and it'll become shadows. So just lay it in. Now we can clean our brush. Brushes are cleaned with odorless paint thinner. Bloop, just got the cameraman over there, and he's going to yell at me in a second. Okay, now we can just blend this out a little bit. As I say, this will end up being shadows under the snow, so we're really not too worried about it right now. It's just background color. Just background color. Okay, now let's have some little trees that are far back here in the distance, and we'll make them a little different way than we've been making them. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, very little color, small amount of color, and tiniest amount of the burn umber, and mix them on the brush mix. But there's very little paint on the brush, just back and forth. Now let's go right up in here, and maybe you gotta make almighty decisions. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right here. So we just take the large brush, and we're just using the corner, and we're just tapping. See how that's doing? There, a little more color. Very, very little color on your brush. Maybe there's a big tree that lives right here. And as I say, this will not be an exact duplicate of the one that you see at the beginning of the show, but it'll give you an idea and show you how it was made. And I wish you could come into the studio here and watch. It only takes a few minutes to paint that beautiful little painting, but a lot of time is spent animating it, and they do a fantastic job here. I hope you enjoy the little animated paintings that are at the beginning of each show. I find them very interesting, and I hope you do. A little bit darker color right here at the horizon. A little lighter up in the sky and darker at the horizon. That way it'll help create the illusion of distance. And don't let your trees get too symmetrical, too even. Let them just go. Let them go. Just looking for very distant, basic shapes, very soft. Let a little of that yellow show through. You don't want to kill all of that. That's all these little things make it interesting. See how simple that is? Now, I was a traditional painter for many years, and I would have worked for days with my one-haired brush putting all that in. And you can achieve a very gentle, soft effect using a large brush. There. Still just using Van Dyke Brown, a little touch of burnt umber. There we go. Decide where your horizon is going to be and just brush it out. Now then, I'm going to take my liner brush and put a little bit of thin oil on it and go right into my brown. Turn the brush, bring it to a nice sharp point, turn it. Now, let's go right up in here, and we just want to put some little indications here and there of some little trunks and limbs. Don't want them to be too bright, too strong. These are just indications, just here and there. Just let them go. One of the questions I hear quite frequently, should I pull down or should I go up? It's sort of an individual thing. It will work either way. Let's take one right here, and we'll take this one and go up. Now, some people will find it easier to go to the small end. Some find it easier to start at the small end and go toward the large end. So try them both. Find out which one works the best for you. And that's the one that you want to use. There we go. Maybe there's one that lives right here. And all of them aren't straight. Some of them crooked. Trees don't all grow straight. They grow however makes them happy. There. Okay. And that gives us an idea of just little tree branches here and there and trunks. Now, with a large brush, I'll take a tiny, tiny little bit of the yellow, back to the Indian yellow, and just touch a little bit here and there, just to give a little highlight indication, and go over the trunks, because you wouldn't see the entire trunk. You just see parts of it. Tiniest, tiniest little bit of the Indian yellow. Just to let a little light play through these trees. Very soft. Don't want to lose that softness. Very, very soft. Quiet. And this little painting should make you happy. All painting should make you happy. That's what painting's all about. Okay, now I'm going to take a little more, and maybe, I think there was a little tree that lived right here. It's a little closer, so it's a little bit stronger. By stronger, I mean it's a little darker. You can see it a little better. There we go. And put some little branches here and there. Now, this is winter, so the leaves have fallen off most of the trees. And wherever you want these to be, drop them in. It's your world. You know, and I've said it before, but if painting teaches you nothing else, it teaches you to see. It teaches you to see some of the most fantastic things that are around us, and every day we walk by them and we never look at them. And painting will teach you to see these things. If it's good for nothing else, it really makes you appreciate nature and some of the fantastic, beautiful things that are all around us. I'm gonna take a little tiny bit of the Van Dyke Brown and just barely touch. See, it makes it look like hundreds of little tiny limbs that we don't have all day to paint. We just drop them in, just to give indications. Now then, let's go with the old fan brush, and I'm gonna start with titanium white. Put some on the brush, and we have to make an almighty decision here. Where's our horizon line? Okay, maybe it comes right down through here and drops off right down in here. And very gently, very, very gently. Now we take a little bit of phthalo blue, and our brush mix a great deal. Mix things on the brush. We need some shadows here and there. We can even add a tiny bit of brown to that just to dull it back in here. Maybe this comes right on up. Goes right up through there, wherever you want it to go. It's your world. Let these things just flow right out of your imagination. Do you see how easy it is to make snow? But angles are very, very important. I can't stress that enough. You need to follow the angles, the lay of the land. I know I say that on just about every show, but it is very, very important. Very important that you follow the lay of the land. And we put a shadow in here. Maybe we want to have a little projection right there. Put a shadow in, and we make that's phthalo blue, titanium white, and blend it all together wherever you want it to go. Now, very gently, right over the top, we'll add a little bit of white so that it has a little contrast. And it's that easy. That easy. And you can make all kind of beautiful little snow banks and let all these little things just happen. It's just a game of angles. Just back and forth. Maybe I'll put the least little amount of crimson on my brush, just to put a little pinkish hue into here, which when we add the blue, it's going to go sort of lavender. Be very, very pretty. Makes nice shadows. And if you're interested in selling paintings, of course, none of us are interested in monetary gains, but if you're ever interested in selling paintings, a lot of times color is as important as your composition. People buy paintings for color. So use colors that appeal to people if you're interested in selling paintings. And when you buy your first tube of paint, you're issued an artist's license, and artist's license says you can do anything that you want to do on this canvas because it's your world. So use that license. Have fun with it. That's what it's all about. Okay. Now maybe we'll have a tiny little bit of water. And water is very easy to make when we're working on a wet canvas. I'm going to take a tiny bit of the Van Dyke brown and the least little amount of phthalo blue. So I have Van Dyke brown and phthalo blue. And once again, I've just brush mixed it. But very little color. Very, very little color. And figure out where you want the water to be here. And you touch and just pull down. Pull down. Let it go. Wherever you want it to be. Wherever. There. And you pull it straight down. No matter where it goes, it still needs to come straight down. Just like so. There. Now, very lightly, go across. Isn't that easy? That easy. It gives the illusion of water. Okay. Now, maybe right along the edges here, this is just straight Van Dyke brown. I'm going to lay in just a little bit of dirt showing. Tiniest little bit of dirt. In some places, maybe a little more shows. And this is your dirt, so you put it where you want it. Wherever. Then back to our titanium white. And we can bring some of the snow right down over the top of it and blend it all together. Just blend it together. There. Isn't that a super easy little way to make fantastic, fantastic snow? It's that easy. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of the magic white, pull it out very, very flat, and cut across it. And we'll put a little water line right back here. And we're cutting into the canvas. Act just like you're trying to cut a hole. Right into the canvas. There. And if you get one that's got too much paint on it, all you got to do is take a clean knife and rub it. And it'll go away. Just blends right in. No problem. Just let it go. There. Okay, now we got to start making some almighty decisions. What's on the other side here? Now, if I remember correctly, on the other side, we have something that lives right about here and comes down there, something like so. And we'll just lay in some color. Then I'll take a little bit of the white, go back, and highlight it a little. Once again, follow the lay of the land. It's very, very important. You have to make these almighty decisions. Okay, now maybe under this one, back to our brown, and lay in a little bit of brown so it's the bottom. And do this in stages here, because we're going to have things that are overlapping. Barely, barely touching. There we go. Now, a little of the magic white. And we can put in a little water line right there. Now, back to our Van Dyke brown. And maybe right there, right there. It's a big old stone showing. There it is. And we want some snow coming down here and going right over the top. That easy. Now this brown's a very firm paint, so you can go right over the top of it without destroying everything. If it was a thin paint, you'd be a mud mixer now. So, you need a good firm paint. It's the only way you're going to make all this stick. There. Okay. Now then, I think in the one that at the beginning of the show, there's some big evergreens that live right here. So let's do a big evergreen. And I'm going to take some phthalo blue. We'll just use the brush, Van Dyke brown, and a little bit of sap green. Just a little sap green, because the green is a very dangerous color in this painting. If you get it in your snow, you know what happens. You got green snow. So very little green, mostly blue and brown. Very dark. Contrast. And let's go right there, right there. Big tree lives right there. I use the corner of the brush and just sort of go back and forth. There we go. And that's how easy a tree is to make. Just push them right out of your brush. See, now a little bit of sap green will give it a greenish hue without it being a bright green. And you'll see it especially when I hit the white down here. There we go. See? It gives it a greenish hue, but it's not a bright green. Now, you know, trees get lonely too, so let's give him a little friend that lives right there. Now that you know how to make trees, shoot, you get carried away sometime and can't stop. We just put a couple of trees in here. It's just to show you how to make a little tree, happy little tree. Okay, now we can take here, and I'll use a little bit of the Indian yellow, and the tiniest little touch of phthalo blue. And some brown into it. We want to dull it down there. Don't want this too bright. Some brown there. So we've got Van Dyke brown, a little touch of phthalo blue, and Indian yellow. And we can come back here and highlight this tree. Just a little bit here and there. Don't want to get too bright. Don't want to lose this beautiful darkness. You'll lose the contrast. Don't want to lose our contrast. And this little fella here needs some highlights on him too. So just let them drop right off your brush. There. Okay. Now let's use the 1-inch brush, and I'm going to go right into the burn umber. And just drop some happy little bushes right here. just like so. And we'll use another brush. And to that, I'm going to use white. This is titanium white, and a least little touch of phthalo blue. And a little bit of magic white to thin the paint. There. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Okay, pull that brush in one direction, a lot of paint on the brush. Touch and push, bend it up, and make some beautiful little frosty leaves on top of these. You don't want to kill all that dark. Maybe they come right down through there. Okay. Now then, let's put another little bank right there. And it doesn't matter if you pick up a little bit of that brown. There we go. And we'll take a little bit of the blue for shadow and lay it in there. Super. Now, while I've got that color going, maybe over here, there's another one right there. I want to have a tiny, tiny little bit of brown right in there, just to make it look like there's another stone. And we'll just bring it right over, like that. There. And drop that in. Now let's put some happy little trees in this. And then we'll go right into some Van Dyke brown, pull it out very flat, get a little bit of paint, and maybe I think there was a nice birch tree that lived right there, and he had a friend that lived right there beside him, just like so. And just with a knife, touch. There we go. Give him some body here on his friend. And on the other side, there was a large birch tree. So we'll drop him in right about here. There he goes. And we'll just let him go right on off the top of the canvas. And want to make him a little fatter, a little bigger, because he's closer to us. That'll help give the painting depth. Make it look very deep. Just like so. And give him a little foots. Got to have something to stand on. Now, clean the knife, and I'll take a little bit of the titanium white, touch and pull. Make it look like birch bark. Just like so. All the way up. A little bit more of the white. And we'll touch and pull. There we are. And with our liner brush, right into some brown. This is a thin oil. And very quickly here, we'll just drop in some basic little tree shapes, little branch shapes, I mean. Just drop them in wherever you want them. It's your world, your tree. There we go. And I hope you've enjoyed this painting half as much as we have. It's a lot of fun. Teach you a great deal about how to use the equipment. I think you'll like it. And as I say, it's a good painting to make a happy buck if you're interested. There. And put as many limbs or as few as you want. Some of them hang down. They're old and tired like me. Don't laugh. You'll get there one day. Okay, now with our big brush, I'm going to go right into some Van Dyke brown, a little bit of burnt umber. Tiniest little bit, and just touch the edges, just once again, to give the indication of a lot of little tiny branches that you can set and paint in, or you can just put in little indications, let them go. And this is basically how we made the little painting at the beginning of the show. Okay, and we'll put in just a little weed here and there. A little bit of the light color, highlight it. And now I'm using just a little burnt umber and That's all you have to do. Put in some little weeds and sticks. Sort of helps set everything out. And with that, I think we'll call this painting finished. And from all of us here, we'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. See you next week. Hi, and glad to see you again. And today, I hope you got your palette set up and a big glass of iced tea there and you're ready to paint along with me. And I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that we'll use today to do this fantastic painting. And while they're doing that, let's get started and take off here. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white. And we'll start, and I'll go into a little bit of alizarin crimson, just a small amount. And let's just go up here and let's just play, just here and there. Oh, let's just drop in a little bit of color. Just drop in a little color. I use very little color on your brush. You can always add color, but sometimes it's very difficult to try to remove color off the canvas. So use very little color. We don't want to set this sky on fire. We just want a little pinkish glow playing here and there. And without washing the brush, I'll go right in to a small amount of phthalo blue. Work it into the bristles. There. Just making little crisscross strokes. Don't kill all your pink. The blue is many, many times stronger than the crimson, so don't kill all your pink. Just sort of fill up the areas in here. And then we'll come back and we'll blend all this together. Today I thought we'd do a beautiful, beautiful little soft, quiet painting. Very gentle. Beautiful little painting. Hope you enjoy it. And while I've got blue on the brush, maybe we'll have a little bit of water. There it is. Just wherever you want it, right in there. It's phthalo blue. It's a very bright, very pretty blue. Okay, now I'll wash my brush. Get it all nice and clean. Ding, there we are. Now let's go back up in here. And very gently, we'll just blend all this together. Now, you don't want to overblend it. If you overblend it, you'll lose all your little pink areas. They'll go away and leave you. They'll just leave you. There. Okay. Blend it to about like that. Take the brush strokes out, and you have a very nice, very effective little sky that's easy to do. Okay, let's just keep using the same old dirty brush. I'll go right into a little bit of Van Dyke brown, a little burnt umber. Oh, and we just mix it on the brush, just like so. Just pull it down through the color. So, there we go. All right, let's go up to the canvas, and let's put in some happy little tree shapes. And I'm just looking for some basic shapes here. Don't want a lot of detail. And all we're doing is just sort of touching the canvas and there. Just striking the canvas. We'll put in some beautiful little shapes. Little brown, little burnt umber. Maybe there's another one that lives right there. Right there. See how easy those are to do? Just drop them in. And don't try to copy just exactly what I'm doing here. Let your imagination go. We don't use any patterns or don't do any tracing. Just let it go. Let it happen. Let it happen. That's what makes it fun, is when you learn to create on a canvas. That's when it's fun. And this is just background color. We're really not We're not worried a great deal about it at this point. We'll worry later when we start putting all the highlights, and that's when we separate all these little individuals. Right now, we just want some very soft, quiet little trees. Very quiet. These are the kind of paintings that my mother likes, so maybe I'll just dedicate this one to my mommy. You know, I'm an old man, but I'm still a mommy's boy, and I really don't care who knows it. She's my favorite lady in the whole world. So this is her painting. This is for her. And a beautiful lady should have a beautiful painting. Okay, that easy. We got some nice little background shapes. And that's just all we're looking for right now. It's just very basic little shapes. Don't want a lot of work. Have fun, just drop it in. There. Already we're beginning to make out all kind of form, and we really haven't done anything. Okay, well, we got this color going, shoot, let's just have some fun here. Same color. And I'll just very quickly lay in some color right along here. And we don't care where it goes right now. We'll make all these decisions later. Just some dark, so when we start putting some light in here, all kinds of beautiful little things will happen. Boy, I bet you're sitting there saying, he's really messed up this time. And you may be right. Okay, let's take our liner brush, and I'm going to put a little bit of paint thinner on it and go right into some of the same color where it mixed together. This is the Van Dyke Brown and the Burnt Umber, and I've made the paint quite thin with paint thinner, okay? Now maybe we'll go up in here, and we'll just put the indication of a few tree trunks here and there. And we're not looking still for a great amount of detail. Just wherever you think some limbs would show through, drop them in, drop them in. Drop them in. There. Just here and there, wherever. These are your trees, so you got to make the decisions where you want them. Okay, maybe we're not really concerned with it. Just here and there. Few little things that happen and play. Okay, now I'm going back and I'm going to get that same old dirty brush. And let's go right into a little bit of, this little cad yellow. Put some sap green into it. That makes it pretty. Maybe a little yellow ochre. Just brush mix these colors. Put them all together on the brush. Okay, let's go up here. And maybe right here. There's a little bit of light playing through there and just striking this tree. And all I'm doing is touching, tapping. There. That's all you need. Try a little Indian yellow. That's a beautiful color. Right there. Right there. There we go. And come right across these trunks, because you don't see the entire trunk. There's leaves on this side. Don't forget that. You don't always see the entire trunk. There's a little sap green added. And all this is done without ever washing the brush. It's just same old dirty brush. We can add a little bit of paint thinner. That'll make it stick a little easier. Get a little more green on the brush. Maybe we'll go to this big old tree here. This one goes right off the canvas. Now when you're touching these, always pull them toward the limb in the center, because they all generate from that. They all come from that. So always go back to that. Pull your strokes toward the trunk in the center. Okay. There's one right there. There he is. I knew he was there, but you did too. You did too. You just wanted to see if I was going to get him. Sometimes I forget. A little of the yellow ochre, and maybe go right in here. Wherever you want them, just drop them in. See how easy these are? Really nothing to them. Nothing to them. Here's one right there. Let it sparkle in the sun. Less and less color as it comes down, so it gets darker and darker automatically. That way you don't even have to think about it. It just happens. Let's go to the other side over here. Maybe way back in here. Barely touching the canvas. Barely touching the canvas. Okay, maybe, there he is. Knew he was there. The canvas. Nice big bushy thing lives right there. You see, you don't have to spend a lot of time planning this and drawing it all out and worrying about it and then trying to stay in the lines. Shoot, you make your own world and make it while you paint. There. And a little more of the yellow. Maybe we'll just put a little bright one right there that just stands out. And see, you overlap these, you layer them. That's what creates the illusion of distance, is all these different layers. That's what makes them pretty. Let's take a clean brush now, and I'm going to gently tap right in here. Let that magic white work through and create a nice, soft, misty area. Just come right on across. Very lightly, very lightly. Barely touch. Okay? Nice, soft, misty area back in there. Okay. That gives us a quick little background. Maybe we want to add, maybe there's a, right here, maybe there's a little tree that he didn't have any leaves left on him. Maybe he didn't make it through last winter. You know, every year there's some trees that doesn't make it, and they're part of nature. Don't avoid dead trees in your paintings. They're beautiful, and you see them in nature. So put them in your paintings. You make them look realistic, and they're a lot of fun. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. There. Okay. And you can put as many limbs out here as you want. Just there. You can get carried away and spend all day just putting in all these beautiful little limbs. And that should be enough. Give you an idea how they're made, and you can have fun with them. So let's go in here. I'm going to take a little bit of the yellow and the green. All the different colors of yellow and sap green, they're all just mixed on the brush right here. Just tapping, see? See there? Just tap. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. And you got to figure out where the land is here. And the lay of the land is very important when you're doing this. So follow those angles. Decide where your land's at. And then the angles, they're very, very important. Very important. Can't stress that enough. Don't kill all this dark. You put the dark in here so this light would show up when you put it on. Got to have the dark in there so the light shows. You know, it's just like life. You have to have a little sadness in your life so you know when you have a happy time. If everything was happy, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. But you have some sad times in your life, and then when you have a happy time, then you know you're having a happy time. So it makes it fantastic. There. See how soft and gentle that is? And there's days when you don't want to be soft and gentle. You want to do strong, almighty paintings. And then there's days when you're in the mood to do very soft, quiet little paintings. So we try to show you all the different ways. And you have to make the decision. Okay, let's take a clean brush here. I want to start building some reflections in here. Got to make some decisions. Maybe the water goes right on around, like so. I'm going to take a little bit of phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. I'll just mix it right on the brush, just a small amount. A little more crimson. I want it a little more into the lavender hue. That's better. That's better. If you don't like it, you change it. It's your world. Okay, pull that straight down. It's most important that you pull it straight down. Straight down. Straight down. Straight down. Okay, very lightly, just brush across. Instant water. Isn't that fantastic? Now maybe, let's play a little bit. Maybe you want to reflect some of the light areas from the sky. So you go right in here. Here's a little bit of titanium white, and maybe there's some white color. Shoot, wherever you want it, drop it in. See? See how easy that is? And you go back, and once again, pick up a little bit of that, pull it straight down. You can do this till you get it any way that you want it. If you want to show clouds and all kind of things reflected in there, go across. And that easy, that easy. See, now you have a little light area out here. Okay, add a little bit of paint thinner onto my brush so the paint will stick a little easier. Then we can come back and begin filling in some of this. Got to make decisions. Where does this go? There it is. That's where it goes. Wherever you want it to go. Wherever. Maybe. Put a little green in it. And I'm just varying these colors back and forth, the yellows and the greens. And just let them have fun. Yellow ochre. Once in a while, a small amount of permanent red. Permanent red is very strong, so be careful with it. Okay, let's take a fan brush now. Fan brush. And I'll go into a little bit of Van Dyke brown, a little burnt umber, and I just mix them on the brush here. Just a little. Okay, let's go right up here. And let's just scrub in a little bit of land area. Maybe there's a little dirt back in here, wherever. Just a little. Goes right up. Oh, there it is. There it is. Wherever. Have fun. Let it happen. There it is. Just let it go. Let it go. Okay, I'm going to take a small amount of yellow ochre with white on it. Yellow ochre and a little bit of white. We'll put a little bit of highlight here and there. Just a little highlight. And just let that sort of wander back. Now don't kill all the dark. Don't kill it all. Leave a little dark showing here and there. Okay, here's a little right there. And wherever you want it to go. All right, then we can clean up some of these edges and we're ready to make some more big decisions. I'm adding a little bit of titanium white to my brush. Just a little white. Maybe there's some sunlight that plays right there. Right there. So add a little white. Makes that area stand out like it's light hitting. Maybe it comes right on across and hits on the other side. It's the same color. I've just lightened the value a little so that it stands out. Makes it look like sunlight playing through there. I'll put a little Van Dyke brown and then go right into all my greens and yellows. I want it to get darker because I'm going to do, this. There we go. There we go. Messed it up now. Messed it up now. See? Just make a decision. Let it happen. Let it happen. Come right on across. Okay. Darker. See, you just cover up what you don't want. And you make your little pond whatever shape you want it. You're the creator. You can do anything on this canvas. Anything. Anything. Now, we can put a little highlight here and there. And I'm just tapping still. Add a little bit of paint thinner. That'll make it stick a little easier. There, see there? How easy it sticks. But you need that firm paint underneath or you can't do that. You become a mud mixer in a heartbeat. But you see, just by touching and tapping here, how very soft and quiet you could make. See? There we go. All right, maybe, tell you what, let's play. Maybe, same old dirty brush. Maybe there's a nice bush that lives right here. That'll put a little more depth into the painting. Give it another plane or two here. First we'll put in some dark, and then we'll go back, just using the same old dirty brush. pick up a little bit of the light color and highlight it. You need that dark underneath. Then come back and highlight it. Tell you what, let's add a little Indian yellow to that so it stands out against that. And just let it go wherever you want it. Okay, let's have some fun today. Tell you what, let's do. Let's build a huge tree here. Get a lot of letters saying I'm having trouble with trees, so I want to show you how to make one, a big one. We'll take some Van Dyke brown and pull this paint out very flat. Take the knife, cut across so there's a little bit of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Can you see there? See that little roll of paint? Okay, let's go to the canvas. Decide where you're going to have this big, huge tree. He lives there, you say? All right. Then this is where he goes. And just touch the canvas. Touch the canvas. Touch, pull. Just like so. Maybe it goes all the way off the canvas. All the way off. And then you have to determine how thick he is. So just pull this, pull it, pull it, pull it. Now, it'd really be better to pull from the opposite direction, but if I do that, you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing, so I'll just do it this way and leave this side sort of ragged. But when you're doing it at home, turn the knife that way and pull it. That'll make that edge nice and smooth. Okay, maybe, tell you what, let's make it even bigger. And maybe there's another arm. There it goes, right on off the canvas. Your tree, so you give him as many arms as you want. Okay, let's see. See, touch, pull it that way. I should be able to see it over here now. Touch. There we go. Okay, now let's put some arms here and there, limbs. See, I call them arms because trees are my friends. I'm crazy. I go out and talk to them sometime. You got to make friends with what you're going to paint. You have to understand it. Look at it. Spend some time with it. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Okay, maybe, tell you what, there's I'll bet you, there it is. I knew there was one there. It lives right there. See, it's one of the things, when I was a young boy, my mother spent a lot of time teaching me to appreciate nature and the beautiful things that God had given us. And I'll always owe her for that. So that's why I like to paint the type of paintings that she would enjoy. Do anything for my lady. All right, now you can put as many limbs out here as you want. Let them go, let them have fun. Just wherever. You can spend all your time just making limbs. But it helps to give your painting a lot of character, makes it beautiful. That little roll of paint on the knife, it's all that you use. It's what creates all these effects. Okay, that gives you a good idea. Now you can take your liner brush and put all kind of detail in there, but there it is. Let's take some permanent red and some brown and mix it together. And let's highlight this. Gonna still get that little roll of paint. Let's go up here to the canvas and put a little highlight. And all we're doing here is just touching the canvas. Let the canvas take off what it wants. It'll give you back what's left. You don't even have to worry about it. Let the canvas do the work. All you have to do is drive. You drive. Just touch. Let it go. Like so. Let it go. Just right on up. Wherever you think light would strike. Add the tiniest little bit of white to it there, so maybe there's a little more light striking right there. Brighten it up a little. Brighten it up a little bit. There we go. There we go. There, all right. Okay. Now on the other side here, Let's take a little bit of the blue, with the smallest amount of white in it. Very little, like so. And let's go up here, and let's put a little blue over on this side. It'll give the indication of reflected light. And it's very, very pretty, very effective, and it helps give that tree limb depth. Okay, let's go right in here. There we go, a little bit. Doom, 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 right on up the side. Right up the side. And I really hope my arm's not in the way there. A little bit right over here. Okay. I want to take the liner brush, and just in case you haven't seen me do this before, take a little bit of paint thinner and go right into some Van Dyke brown. Turn that brush, bring it to a nice sharp point, and let's go up here and just want to show you how to put a few little limbs, and then at home, you know, there's thousands of limbs on there. You can just spend all the time you want. Just apply a lot of little limbs and let them cross over there sometime. Don't have them just coming out the side. Look like somebody took a big razor blade and cut your tree in two, and half of it fell on the floor. We don't want to get your floor dirty. There, just as many of these as you want, wherever you want them. It's your tree. Okay. Now, right down here, let's cover up his little foots with some grass and pick up some of that dark color and pull it out so it makes it look like a shadow. There we go. Okay, and I think we're to the point. Let's sign this. I hope you've enjoyed it. Take a little paint thinner, a little permanent red, and we'll go right in here. And as I say, I hope you've enjoyed this. It showed you some new things. And we look forward to seeing you next week. And until then, from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. And today I have a special treat for you. I have a lovely lady that comes to us out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and she's going to do a fantastic painting for you. I'd like to introduce you today to Audrey Golden, a longtime friend, and I think you'll enjoy watching her as much as I have. So Audrey, we'll turn the show over to you, and I'll see you when the show's over.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Hi, and it's good to see you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put some magic white on the canvas. I'm going to cover it 3/4 of the way and leave the bottom blank. And as I progress through the painting, you'll understand why I'm not putting magic white at the bottom of the canvas. While I'm doing this, you'll see the colors that I'll use in this painting go across your screen. You paint with the magic white. Make sure you cover your entire surface with an even coat. Come down and just stop about 3/4 of the way down. All right, I've got a good coat of the magic white on the canvas. And now we'll start working on the top part. I'm going to take a 2.5 inch brush, and I'm going to load it up with my alizarin crimson. Be careful, because we just want a light coat of pink through the middle, and you'll notice that the alizarin crimson when it mixes with the magic white, produces a real pretty pink color. I'm doing a Florida sunrise. One day I woke up early in the morning, took my camera, and went out and watched the sunrise on the beach. So that's the type of picture I'll be painting for you. Just feather the pink on up into the sky. I think my horizon will be about there. I want a little bit of reflection, so I'm going to pull a little pink down in here. And you'll notice when you don't have the magic white on, it won't move for you. Cover this all up. When you do water, make sure, now this is the beginning of water. You don't know that yet, but it is. I know it is. Make sure your brush strokes are nice and straight. Now from there, I'm going to take some Indian yellow. I haven't washed my brush or cleaned my brush because I can blend this Indian yellow and alizarin crimson together and get some pretty colors in there. As I'm painting this, I have to decide where I'm going to have my sun come up. And I think it's going to come right about there. So I want to put a little bit more Indian yellow in that spot. Still have some pretty colors there. And from that, I just want to work a little pathway down. This will be the reflection of my sun. To use your imagination right now, but you'll see in a minute what I'm trying to accomplish. I'm going to take a clean 2.5-inch brush and then just do some very soft blending. Just let the Indian yellow fade away. Work it in here. Blend it out. All right, now I'm going to mix a pretty lavender color. I'm going to take some white, move it down here, take a little bit of alizarin crimson, some Prussian blue. Watch the Prussian blue because it's strong. Take too much, what happens? It turns blue. Okay, gotta go back and get a little bit more white. A little bit more crimson. Mix it together. Don't have to mix too much though. I'm going to get a little bit of Van Dyke in here too, just to soften the color. You can leave it marbleized. It doesn't have to be mixed to death. And then I'm going to take a 1-inch brush and start just working some coloring in here and through the sky. Because on that particular morning I saw a lot of gray, a lot of purple. And then in spots I even saw some gray. Just feather those clouds in. Now one thing you have to be careful about is that you have to be careful that your Indian yellow and your lavender work together. If you put too much Indian yellow around here or at the outside, you might you'll get a green color if you're not careful. So just keep it on the edges. All right, let's just wiggle a little old cloud in through here. And then again, I take my blending brush and soften everything. Using the magic white is such a treat because you can really blend. Get super, super colors. Right in through here, just pull the lavender, and you'll see all sorts of neat colors appear. We have some beautiful sunrises and beautiful sunsets in Florida. And the colors in the sky, sometimes you wouldn't even believe what you see. If you painted it, people would say, nah, that can't happen. But it does. All right, now I want to put a little bit of Van Dyke brown corners. And it's going to look more of a gray color. I just want to darken up my corners a little bit. Again, this Van Dyke will just work in and give it a real soft look. Swiggle. And as you're working on either a sunrise or a sunset or any sky, you can put lots of different colors in and just keep working them. To see the different effects you get. And again, just blend that. And soften it. Don't be afraid to blend. And even if the lavender and the yellow go together, even if you get a little tint of green in there, it really doesn't hurt that much, because I've seen skies where that happens. And it looks very natural. All right, now let me show you where my horizon's going to go. I'm going to take my fan brush and put some of my lavender color on, and I've kind of left an opening here where I want to create my horizon. Just want to draw a soft line. When you do a horizon, make sure you have a straight line. Straight. Okay, I think I've got it. It's just going to tell me where I'm going. And then taking my fan brush, and I just want to make little lines across here. Now the pink from my sky is reflecting into my water, and when you do this, don't cover up the pink, because that's going to be the sky reflecting. Keep your lines straight. And on this day, the water was very calm. So there weren't many. There were some ripples, but there weren't very big waves. So I just want some real soft lines in there. Too, what you can do is you can just take your blending brush, just blend it, And you get all sorts of wonderful colors there. Same thing with the other side. I put my lines on with the tip of the brush. If you want to, you can go like that, but you have more control over doing it this way. And come in to where your reflection of the sun will be. Okay. That still looks pretty abstract, doesn't it? But you'll see as we go on what's going to happen. Okay. Some dark shadows in here. Just again, straight lines. A little bit of Van Dyke, a little bit of blue, a little bit of crimson, all mixed together to give me a darker lavender color or purple, and just a little few lines across here. Again, I want my brightest part to be right in the middle. All right, now the next thing I have to do is I have to put my sun in. I take a little bit of white on my fan brush. I'm just going to decide, look at it, see where my sun should be. It's going to be right about here. Just place it on there and just, with the fan brush, pivot the fan brush. It'll pick up some of the orange, that's fine. Otherwise, if you just make a round white dot there, it looks like you pasted it on. So you do want it to blend in with your background. Now, if for some reason you get too much paint on there, just take your palette knife scrape a little bit of it off, because what I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to take my brush and blend it. Get spots, just move it, just move the paint. Now, sometimes when I have students doing this, we don't always get a round circle. So what I tell them to do is just pull a cloud across it. And that way you don't have to worry about getting a round circle. Just break the edge of the sun up a little bit. Especially at sunrise, you won't see. The sun keeps popping out from under the clouds. Sunrise. And then we can put a little bit over here. I'm using the fan brush. A few little soft clouds over here. And just blend them in. Okay, now if you wanted to make this a sunset, I would just put more color into it. You could really get this to be a bright, pretty sky. But don't be afraid to try different colors in your skies, because you can't. You don't have to just stick to blue with white clouds. All right, now I've got my sun in there. I've got the beginning of some water. I'm going to take my knife, take some paint, white. I'm just going to start back here. Just get a little ridge of that paint on there. I'm going to use some magic white here. slide down the canvas. And as I come forward, my lines are going to get bigger. Slip and slide across. If you want to, if you don't like what you've done, or you don't, I just take a little fan brush and smooth out my edges, my water lines, or my reflection. Okay. There we go. So we've got some water, we've got the sun, and we've got the sky. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take some magic black and my 1-inch brush. I'm going to start filling in down here. This is where I left the canvas dry, and if you wanted to, you could use your 2.5-inch brush, get it finished in a hurry, or just put this in. Now I happened to be sitting on a sand dune, so I want to get a little bit of height over here. Plus, what's going to happen when I get my shadows in there, is I tell people that the sand isn't black, it's white, but as the sun came up, the sand looked black because it was creating a silhouette. Just put this on. Cover the bottom. All right, I've covered it. And now, take my fan brush, and I want some of the color from the water in my magic white. Now that was a clean fan brush, but what I'm taking is I'm taking some of the magic white from where my water was and actually just blending it right down into my sand. And you get a natural highlight from that. Go up a little bit higher, because that paint is still wet. And that's where the sun would be shining on the sand. And it works down. Let's make that a little bit higher. Come on down. And now with my fan brush, just take the side of it and pull up some grass that was growing on the beach. On the other side, whoops, don't let it dribble. Just use the side of the brush. Okay, now I'm going to put a little bit of color into this. Make a little path. And I'm just taking the lavender color that I used, just working down. And as I come forward, my path's going to get a little bit bigger and bigger. And you can play with this and you can get all sorts of shadows and highlights. You're actually down in this area working dark to light. So just a little bit of color here and there. You can get some little sand. You can make the sand actually move for you. All right, now we take the liner brush and dip it into the black. And on that particular sand dune that I was sitting on were sea oats. I think I'm going to put a little bit of paint thinner with this just to get it really thin. Just roll it around. And on this side, put some little thin lines in there, and sea oats have little tiny dots on them. They look like a piece of wheat. They're used to keep the water to keep the water from eroding the soil, the sand. So you're not allowed to pick them in Florida. And this one's going to go way up. You can do all sorts of things with these. Just be free. You can go up into the air and then pull a few little dots down. You can put a few little pieces of grass here. And then also on that morning, there were some pelicans flying by. And how I do that is I just take my liner and I tell people to make a V. Just fill it in. Let them fly by. Or an M. There's one coming in for a landing. And then I have another one down here. Alright. I'm going to clean my brush. And just a little lavender as a highlight. Some of these. Okay. And then continue with my lavender and sign my name. This is a very simple painting and I know you'll enjoy doing it. The best part is when we put the black in. Hi. There we go.
Isn't she fantastic? I told you you'd love her. From all of us here, we'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. Hi, glad you could join me today. And today I thought we'd do a black canvas. And I've already taken and covered the entire canvas with a layer of sap green and phthalo blue and just sort of mixed them together on the brush. Now I'll have them run all the colors that we're going to use today across your screen, and they'll come across the screen in the same order that I have them on my palette, starting with white and going around. And while they're doing that, Let's go up here and do a fantastic painting together. And as I say, this is sap green and phthalo blue covered over a black canvas. And we make this canvas black using a flat black acrylic, paint the canvas, let it dry, and then we put the color on top of it. Now, we don't allow the color to dry. The sap green and Prussian blue are very wet. I put them on just a second ago. Okay, let's go right into some titanium white. We'll start out here and just load the bristles full. A lot of paint. A lot of paint. Maybe we'll do a little bubbling stream today. That's always fun, and this is a fun little painting. Let's go right up to the canvas, and maybe there's a light source right there. Just pick out a little spot and start making little crisscross, little X strokes, and blend outward. Okay, just let it go, have fun. There. But you can see how when you apply a little white, all these beautiful colors just happen. These black canvases are so exciting. They're a lot of fun to do. A lot of fun. Now, I don't want to have all this real even. I want to just have spots here and there, and I don't want to kill all the dark in places. I want to add a little more white and go right back here. I want this to be the lightest area. And get progressively darker from there on. Okay, got a little hair there, so we'll take him off. And just blend it out. If you happen to get a hair, just use a corner of your brush and blend it away. Okay. Very lightly, just barely touching the canvas here. And that'll give us a little light source back here. Sap green, phthalo blue. Okay, I'll wash the brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Never do I use turpentine. Turpentine smells bad, number one. It leaves a residue in your brushes that you need to get out with soap and water. And I don't recommend that you wash these natural bristle brushes with soap and water. Okay, today I think we'll take a 1-inch brush. I'm gonna put a little paint thinner into the bristles, and let's go right into a little cad yellow. Grab a little sap green and throw in there. And I'm just gonna load some paint into the bristles. Let's go up here to the canvas. And maybe, there's just some little indications of we don't want definite shapes here. I just want background foliage. So just touch here and there. And we'll sort of vary back. I'll begin going into maybe a little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow, just here and there. All we want is just some background foliage. Most of this is going to be covered up. But in case some of it shows through, it'll look like trees way back in the distance. So we're not worried about a great deal of shape, form. Just some little things happening. Maybe. Right here, maybe there's a little light playing through. And you can see some little leaves here and there, wherever you want them. There. Okay. Let's go back into a little bit of Indian yellow. Just put some little indications here and there. And I'm using just the corner of the brush and just barely touching, letting the brush sort of bend downward just a little bit. Not a lot of pressure, a little pressure. There we go. Okay, maybe. Yep, right there. There's going to be another one. And just sort of let these things just come out of your imagination. No set pattern here. Just want these to be dark background trees. As I said earlier, most of them will, before it's over with, we'll probably cover them up. There'll be very little showing. But just in case, looks like there's trees way far back. We're deep in the woods. Deep in the woods. And that's where I'd like to live. A little bit of dark here and there, just to set all that down. Not easy. We've got all kind of little background indications. No definite shapes, just indications. Okay. Now, I'm going to take a little Van Dyke brown. I'll put a touch of white with it. Maybe a little, teeniest little bit of yellow ochre. So I've got yellow ochre, titanium white, little Van Dyke brown. Let's go up to the canvas here, and let's just drop in a few little indications of some little tree trunks happening here and there. We're not looking for detail. Still not looking for detail. Just some little indications that we can see. Already it looks like trees back here, and you really haven't done hardly a thing. Just to make some little indications. We'll worry about detail when we get a little further along in the painting. Because when things are far away, you can't see all this detail. As they get closer to you, then you make out more detail. You can count leaves. Back here, you can't. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of the titanium white, and let's just put a little highlight on some of these here and there, so it looks like a little light shining through the woods. And little spots where the light comes through. Let's go over here, right there. Tap a little. Okay. Isn't that easy? That easy. We've got just something that gives us an idea of a nice little soft background. Okay, let's go use the same old brush. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the cad yellow, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. Just mix them on the brush. Maybe even a little sap green. And all I'm doing is just tapping. Tap, tap, like so. Let's go up to the canvas. Maybe there's a little happy hill, and it lives right here. Just barely touch the canvas. Maybe it just wanders right on out. Okay, comes right down. There it is. There it is. Okay. And I'm once again just going back and forth between all the yellows and the greens. Now the color underneath, if you touch yellow to it, automatically it'll turn green because it has sap green and phthalo blue. So when you touch yellow to either one of those, you get all different shades of green. Very pretty. Let the canvas do the work. Maybe there's another little hill. Maybe it comes down. There it is. There it is. You knew it was there. Okay, let's highlight that a little bit. You can make these little hills just so soft, however soft you want them. It's your world. So you decide. There we go. Maybe it comes right on out here. Barely touching. Okay, now we said earlier we'd do a little happy stream in here, so we're going to have to start making some decisions. Where is our little stream? Where's your little stream? Where is it going to be? Where is it going to be? Let's take a fan brush, and I'm going to take a little magic white and mix it with some titanium white. So I got magic white and titanium white. I put the magic white in there to thin it, just a small amount. Thin paint sticks to a thick paint. Let's go right up here, and let's decide maybe there's our stream. Comes right out through here, and we push, bend, make some little foamy things. Maybe it, yep, just gonna come right here and just drop over. Just drop it over. Let it hit and splash. Push that fan brush so it bends upward, and then rub it. Anything you don't want, you can just rub it out. No big deal. And make the impression of water. Don't kill all your dark areas. Don't paint it all bright white. You do this rubbing to pick up some of that undercolor. You don't want it to be just white. It won't look right. Because the water reflects the color under it and around it and above it and below it, whatever. So it's very rare that you have pure white water. And you can create all these little... You have to make a decision. How fast is your little stream? How much current's in it? Is it hitting rocks and stones? All of these things. You have to make these decisions because this is your world. Your world. There we go. Now, if I'm not careful, I'll get carried away and we'll just have a whole canvas full of stream and we want to show some other things. I love to do these little streams like this. A lot of fun. course, I'm an absolute fanatic for water. I love water. It's beautiful. A lot of times you have little stones underneath the water that you might not be able to see them, but they're there and they affect the water. The water hits them and bubbles over them. Maybe it comes in both directions. Who knows? Who knows? But stone under there that causes that water to do that. See? And you can make that effect just by pulling with a fan brush. It looks like that water surging over a stone that's underneath it. See, it's a lot of fun. Just play with it, experiment, and you can make as many of those as you want. Maybe there's another one right there. We don't know how many stones are under there. Say there's another one here. Okay. If you want another one there, then just drop it in wherever. And it makes your water much more interesting. Okay, as I say, I'll get carried away here and cover up the whole canvas with water, so let's put in some more little soft grassy areas, and maybe they come right down like here. And you don't care if it gets in the water, you just take your fan brush and rub it a little bit and they go away. It just becomes part of the water. Now if you really want to show some light striking through here, I add a little titanium white. Same color, we're just changing the value, the intensity of the color. See, it makes it look like a little bright spot there, maybe where a little sunlight's hitting. But it's the same color. You have not changed the color. And maybe it strikes a little bit right here also. Don't want to just hit on one side of the stream. Maybe the light's hitting here also. There. Okay, that shows you how to do that. Let's get a little more sap green, a little yellow, and let's just drop these areas right in. Like so. There we go. Maybe. Comes right there. That's what's so fantastic about painting like this. You don't have any preset notions of what you're going to do or tracings that you have to follow. You have freedom here. Freedom. Maybe that's what attracted me so much to this technique, was the freedom. There's no restraints. Only guide is your heart. You let it take you wherever you want to go. And right in the middle of these paintings, you can change them. Oh my gosh, whatever you want, it's here. Okay, I'm going to go back to my fan brush with a little white on it. And we'll clean up some of these little edges here. Now, when you're bending this fan brush, try both sides of it. You'll find that it bends better on one side than it does the other. One side will, a lot of times it just gives you smiley faces or smiley frowns, whatever. If that happens, turn your brush over and use the other side. Check it and see if it does not work better. Usually, on most brushes, you'll find that one side always seems to work better than the other. So try both sides of your fan brush. They're some of the most unique and individualized brushes there are. But they'll do unbelievable things for you once you make friends with them. Okay? I'll add a little more green. There we go. Let's go right in here. Put a little bit of that good dark color. I don't want to lose all this darkness right here. Maybe this little stream, we'll just let it go off the canvas over there. And I'll come back over on this side. And I'm going to add a little brown on my brush. I want to start dulling this color down. I want the front of this painting to be dark. And you can add brown, or you can just keep tapping here, and it'll pick up the blue and green underneath, and automatically it'll get darker. Automatically. There. Okay, let's take our fan brush again. See, I told you this was going to be a fun little painting. This is one that we enjoy, and I know that you will. There we go. Let's add a little water, a little foam things happening, whatever. Don't lose all your dark in the water either. And this water's hitting and churning and just all kinds of beautiful little things. There it is. They're happening. Just let them go. Let them go. So let your hand go. It'll take you where you have to go. Don't have to always make all the decisions with your mind. Just let them happen. Let them happen and learn to use what happens. That's when the fun starts. That's when the fun starts. Okay, now I'm going to go back to my old big brush, and we'll just bring some of these little grassy areas right on down, right on down. There it goes. And a little more. We're almost to the point where we got a painting that you could probably stop here and have a pretty nice painting. But we'll play a little more. We got a little more time, so we'll play and have fun. There we go. Dark, 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 dark here. Okay. Now tell you what, I'm gonna take another fan brush, and maybe we'll let's put a little bit of dirt around the edges here. Go right into some Van Dyke brown and burn umber, and I'll just mix it right on the brush. Just back and forth between the two. A lot of paint on the brush. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. And maybe, there is, right here, a stone. You want a stone there? Drop it in. Maybe there's some dirt in here, wherever. Make a decision, drop it in. If you don't like it, change it. Change it. It's your stream, your dirt, you can change it. You can change anything. You can do anything. Anything. Just relax, enjoy, have fun. Okay, maybe right over here. I'll show a little more dirt over in here. Okay, put the dark in. Let that go right on back out of sight. I'm going to take a little yellow ochre and white. A little yellow ochre and white. There we go. There we go. And let's just lay a little highlight right up here on top of these stones. Just barely touching, barely touching. Just let that paint touch. Just barely play along there. If you put a lot of pressure on your brush, it's just going to mix together with the brown, and you're going to lose all your highlights. So just let it graze the top. Let it go. And you can make these highlights different colors. I like to use a color that's a little brighter than normal so you can see it well on television. But according to where you live, stones are all different colors. Some places they're absolutely just red, especially if there's a lot of iron or in the rocks. They rust. In Alaska, where I live, you have a lot of rust on the mountains, as crazy as that sounds. You have mountains that look red. And then sometimes in the summer, the fireweed is the Alaska state flower. The fireweed will go up the side of a mountain and make the whole mountain look red. It's beautiful. Beautiful. And I was like everybody else in Alaska. I went and got some fireweed and planted it in my yard and sat around and watched it die. It will not grow where you want it to. It only grows where it wants to. It's the most independent plant I ever seen. There we go. Little highlight right up there. See how you can make all these little beautiful things around this stream. And you got a completed stream nearly. Okay, let's have some fun. Shoot, that went so well. I'm gonna go back into this fan brush and load it full of paint. A lot of the brown, a lot of brown. Maybe we'll build a tree or two. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe there's a nice tree that lives. He lives right there. See there? We knew he lived there, didn't we? It's just the right place for a tree. Just the right place. Maybe he's got another arm. Comes right. Yep. And you can make trees in your world any way you want them. Any way. There we go. And little sticks. And use a liner brush and make some more detailed things later on. Okay, let's go to the other side over here. Maybe there's a nice tree who lives. Where does he live? He lives there. He lives there, wherever. Just make him come on down a little further. Isn't it fantastic? You can move a tree that easy. You can pull him forward, push him back, make him strong, make him weak, tall, short. Just however. There we go. It gives him a few little branches here and there. Okay, let's take and we'll put some color on there. Tell you what I'm going to do first. I'm going to use a liner brush, a little brown, a little white, and let's highlight a little bit. Just want to show you a little highlight on this trunk here. Just so it stands out a little more. It's just brown and white. A little paint thinner to thin it. Just lay a little highlight on that tree. And you could do this with a fan brush. Let's go with this other one here. And very quickly, just drop in some indications back here where the light's playing through and hitting the old tree trunk, making it shine. I'm going to go into some sap green with a 1-inch brush. Just plain old sap green. Just to get some dark color up here. I'm just using the corner of the brush. And all we're looking for here is just some basic shapes. Just some basic shapes. Just drop them in. And you got to decide how big this tree is, how strong it is. Was it a good year? Was it a bad year? A lot of water, a lot of rain, no rain. See, all these decisions you have to make. You have absolutely unlimited power on this canvas. Maybe that's one reason that painting appeals to me so much. It's the only place I got any power. I go home, boy, my wife doesn't give me any power. When she sees this, she's gonna kill me too, huh? Okay, I'm going into a little yellow, a little green. Let's go up here and put a few highlights right up here on this dark. There we go. Barely touching. Barely touching. And I shouldn't say such things about my wife. She's a beautiful lady. And she's made all this possible. I'm going to add a little yellow ochre to that same basic color. We'll just go over here and put in a few little indications, like so. A little more paint. Drop it right in. And just sort of look at your tree and decide where light's striking it and where you want the highlights to be. Okay. Maybe with the big brush, we'll take and just clean up his little foots here a little tiny bit. Let's go over here and I'll clean this one up a little. Maybe. Tell you what, trees are so much fun. I see one right there. Oh my gosh, what he's done to the painting. Okay, now I'm going to use another fan brush, put a little brown and white on it, and come right down the side here. Put a little highlight on him. See there? That easy. These fan brushes are absolutely fantastic if you make friends with them. They are fantastic. Maybe we'll put a little more foot out here. Okay, we'll just make a branch or two right here with the old fan brush, and it'll come. Maybe there's one hanging down like this. Wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. Maybe there's one that goes right on off the side over here, and one coming through. Let's put some more little arms on this branch. Just wherever you want them. Back to our light color brush. We need some highlight on these little branches also. Okay. Yeah. Maybe there's a few little leaves on that limb. And we need a color that stands out against all the rest. So I'll add a small amount of permanent red. Not too much. I don't want it to get too bright. A little paint thinner. That'll thin it down and make it go on easier. And just touch. And put some little indications here and there. There's just some little leaves that grow out here on this limb. I don't want it to be left out. Feel lonely. And you can put as many or as few as you want in your world. Let them just sort of play around, like so. There they go. And I think we about got a finished painting, wasn't it? It's a lot of fun. This is one I think you'll enjoy. And you'd never believe from looking at it that you had started with a black canvas and all this had happened. So I'm going to take a little thin oil, a little permanent red. We'll sign this one, call it finished. And I really, really hope you enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing you next week. Have your canvas set up, paints, glass iced tea, almighty easel, and I'll see you then. Happy painting. Well, hello. I'm glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a fantastic little painting that it's a lot of fun. I think you'll enjoy it. And we'll start off and we'll have them graphically run all the colors across the screen, and they'll come across your screen in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with a white and working around. And while they're doing that, let's go up to the canvas and get started. Now, I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white, and that makes the canvas wet and slick, and it allows us to blend color right on the canvas. So let's start off. We'll take a small amount of Prussian blue, or phthalo blue, I'm sorry, phthalo blue. And let's go right here, and let's just make little crisscross strokes. And phthalo blue is a very, very bright, shiny blue. It's very pretty. Okay, get a little more of the phthalo blue on the brush. And maybe right here, just like so. And maybe there's a little right in there, wherever you want it. Okay, maybe while I get a little on the brush, we'll have some water in this painting, so I'll just go ahead and just do like so. We don't know exactly where the water is going to be yet. We're not really worried about it. We'll make those big decisions later. Okay, let me clean the brush. Scrub it off right there. There we go. Let's go right up here. And we'll just blend this. You can blend it to whatever value that you want. The magic white underneath will continually mix with the color. You can make it softer and softer and softer just by blending. I don't want to kill all the little light areas. I want some little streaks here. There we go. Okay. And that gives us a very effective, very quick little sky. Easy to do. And we're all ready. Okay, let's build a happy little mountain back here. I'm gonna go right into some Van Dyke Brown. And I'm gonna put a small amount of alizarin crimson, a little bit of burnt umber into it. Okay. Now you pull that paint out just as flat as you can get it. Really get tough with it. Pull it out flat, and then sort of cut across so you have a small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. It's very important. Need that little roll of paint. Let's go up to the canvas. Maybe. Yep, there goes that little mountain. We want it to come right about in there, wherever you want it. It's your mountain, so you put it where you want it. A little more color, and maybe, yep, there it goes, right on up. And all we're doing here is just laying in our basic shape. We're not worried about detail or anything else. Just a basic shape. And I'm really pushing this color into the canvas. Act like you're trying to push it right through the canvas. Canvas is strong. You're not going to hurt it. Don't worry about it. Very strong. Okay. Now I take the large brush, and I want to pull this paint down. And because the canvas is wet, we can move color. If it was a dry canvas, you'd have a devil of a time trying to do this. But since it's wet, you can move paint all over. There we go. Just pull it down. And that gives us a basic shape for our mountain. And let's go back here and I'm going to take a titanium white, and we load the knife the same way. Add a small amount of brown to it, just to dull it down. So we have titanium white and the least little amount of brown. Cut across it. Need that small roll of paint again. There we go. Very important. Okay, let's go up here. Now, touch the canvas. Gentle, gentle pressure. Gentle pressure, and just let it float right down. Think where light would strike us. Just let it float. There. No pressure. Absolutely no pressure. Oh, just pretend you're a whisper floating across a mountain. If you apply a bunch of pressure, it's going to look just like you iced a cake. So, no pressure. Can't say that enough. Gentle, gentle touch. Okay, maybe. Yep, there it is. Comes right down. We'll put a little bit more of the brown in there. There we go. Now, just bring it down. Okay, I'm going to take a little more of the Van Dyke brown and make a darker color. And let's go right up in here, and let's just begin adding some shadows in here. Just here and there. Let them fall off your knife. Still no pressure. No pressure. You want that paint to play and you want it to break. So all those little things happen automatically. You don't want to have to worry about them. Let it happen. Said it over and over. You know, we don't make mistakes. We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. And the worst thing you can do here is good. No problem. Okay. Maybe over in here, we'll put some more of the dark color. It's going to be a nice dark shadow right in there. And we'll just let it go. Have fun. And begin playing back and forth between shadow and highlight. And just sort of visualize these things in your mind. Just sort of visualize them in your mind. Let them flow right off your knife. Okay, maybe. There it is, right there. See, that's simple. That's simple. You can make some beautiful, beautiful little mountains. Just let it go. Let's go back into some of our darker color. Well, we need a little shadow back here. And you can just play. You can really spend some time here and put detail in that you just wouldn't believe could be done with a big old knife in a very short time. Okay, that'll give us a good idea and show you how to make these kind of mountains. There. All right. Okay, now I want to make these mountains a little bit softer. I want a little mist at the bottom, so I'm just going to take the large brush and just gently, gently tap the bottom, just the bottom. And this will make them very soft, quiet, create the illusion of mist down at the bottom. It's most important when you're doing this that you follow the angles. Follow those angles. If you don't, you'll just beat them up and they'll go away and leave you. And you don't want that. You want the mountains to stay with you and be happy to be with you. You want them to become your friend. See, just blend the bottom out. Okay, maybe let's grab the old fan brush here. Maybe in this mountain, let's get some sap green, little sap green. Maybe there's a few little bushes and stuff that try to grow up here. So let's go right up here and let's just touch. This is just straight sap green. Here and there. Oh, there it is, little old bush and tree. It's trying to make it up here. But life's tough up here on top of this mountain. So there we go. Put a few of those. Right here. There we go. There's some more. And just sort of, still you want to follow these angles. You don't want to lose these angles. Wherever you think something might get a little foothold there and grow, just drop them on. And it makes it a little more exciting, a little more interesting. Just use the corner of the brush here and you can just pick up, make it look like little, see there? Easy. can just make all kinds of little things happen wherever you think they should be. There's one right there. That's where they ought to be, where you decide, because this is your painting, your world. Let it happen. Okay, maybe right in here. All kinds, wherever. And we can take our large brush and just gently tap a little. Be careful here. You don't want to hit that green, pull it all up into your mountain. Just want to make some nice edges underneath. Okay, that'll give you an idea of how to make a super little mountain. This painting I took from a photograph that a friend gave me that was taken in Arizona. I always thought Arizona maybe was nothing but deserts and beautiful, beautiful reddish colored mountains. But it's not. It has everything. It has it all. Okay, we'll just use this same old big brush and we'll go right into, let's go into some sap green, a little bit of alizarin crimson, Van Dyke brown. Just mix these colors on the brush. Load a lot of paint in the brush. Pull it through the paint. Pull it through the paint. Okay, let's look at this brush. Look at the end. Tremendous amount of paint. Okay, and there's a rounded corner because you pulled in one direction. You want that rounded corner to be on top. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. And maybe there's a nice tree that lives right there. Right there. And you just push, bend. And all we're doing is putting in some background color. We're not looking for shape, detail, anything else right now. All we're looking for is just background color. And we'll come back in here and we'll put all kind of highlights and leaves and all the beautiful little things wherever we want them. Just looking for background color. Okay. See, and all that gives you a good idea of where you're going and what you're going to make. It's the way you lay out some basic shapes. And while I have this color on the brush, I know this is going to be water, and I want some reflections in my water. I think we'll do a little stream today, but even in a stream, you have dark color that's reflected. You may not see it because the water's bubbling and churning and having fun, but it's there. There's still that dark color. And you need the dark so your light will show up when we highlight the water. Let's just go across. That'll help give it the impression of water, make you feel better. Just go across, instant water. Okay, now we can go back in here and we can begin working on some of these pretty things. I'll take a little paint thinner on my brush and we'll go right into some sap green and then into a little cad yellow. So we got sap green, cad yellow. And I want to keep the greens pretty dark here. Pull it through the paint, one direction, just like we did the big brush. See? And then I turn it over so that rounded corner is on the top. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe right in here there's a happy little bush and I'm just barely touching. Just enough to bend the bristles, the smallest amount. A lot of paint on the brush. A lot of paint. And we can go into some Indian yellow and yellow ochre, a little bit of that. Just to break it up a little so the color's not all the same. And some sap green and some yellow ochre. Pretty color, very pretty color. Okay, we just drop that right in. There. There we go. Okay, that just gives us some nice little basic shapes. Some ideas back here. All right, I'm going to take the script liner brush, number 2 script liner brush, put a little paint thinner on it, and I'm going to go right up into this brown color, and let's put a few little limbs in there. Now you turn that brush, bring it to a nice sharp point, just like so. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe. Yep. There lives some sticks and some twigs right out here. They live everywhere. Anywhere. Maybe there's some here and there. Maybe right there. Okay, wherever. Make these decisions, drop them in. This is your world, so you figure out where the sticks live. Okay, now without cleaning the brush, I'll go right into a little bit of white. And that brown on there will make a whole new color. Okay, let's go right up here. And we can put some in that are a little lighter in value, and they stand out against the dark. If they won't stick, add a little paint thinner. A little bit of paint thinner. There we go. Just drop these in here and there. All right, I'm going to go back into my brown, Van Dyke brown. Let's put a little burnt umber with it. Get a little bit on the knife, and let's begin thinking about where we're going to have some land areas. And I'm just barely touching the canvas, letting the paint break. I want this to look very rocky and rough. That's what my dog used to say, rough. There we go. Okay, just very loose. Very loose. Don't worry about it. Have fun right here. Just pull that knife across. All you're worried about is a general lay of the land. Just pull it in the angle you want your land to go. Okay, and we'll take some brown and white, and we come back in here, and just like when we did the mountain, the lightest pressure, virtually no pressure, and all we're doing here, just barely letting it graze, so it hits the high spots, just the high spots. Barely touching. Sometimes it's very pretty. Add a little yellow ochre to your color and watch. A little yellow ochre and white. It's very pretty. Makes nice stones. Okay. Now then, we can continue to work on our little grassy areas. So let's go right here. Make another happy little bush. There he is. Okay. A little yellow ochre. And let it come right down. Let it work right down into this land area. Just let it go. Keep the paint quite thin so it sticks easy. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. We have a thick paint underneath, so now we can stick layers of thinner paint right on top without destroying, without becoming a mud mixer. And if you've painted, all of us have experienced mud mixing. We all have to have a little shot at mud mixing. Okay, now maybe there's something on the other side. Let's do sap green to Van Dyke brown to crimson again. And maybe there's a big tree that lives right here. And we just push him in. Now this tree is very dark. I want him to stay this way. I want him to stay quite dark. And this is also the way you cover up the end of your mountain, close that end off. Don't have to worry about it no more. And I'm pushing very hard. Really push that paint into the canvas. Maybe it comes right out like this. Wherever you want it. And at the same time, when we got this old dirty brush, same here. We need to pull down some reflections. Need that dark area in the water. Come across. And that easy. Now this little liner brush, I never cleaned it. It's still got brown on it, and I'm going right into the white. Turn it, bring it to a nice point. Let's go up here and put in some general little indications of some sticks and twigs. This is just brown and white. And just let it go wherever you want it to go. Turn that brush, turn it as you're doing this. Sometimes that really gets some nice little things happening. A few little sticks and twigs. Just wherever you want them. Wherever. There we go. And you can put as many of these as you want in your world. Okay, go right into some sap green with this old dirty brush. And it already has yellow on it and everything else. I want this side to be quite dark. Much darker. Not as much light's going to strike over here. There. it's almost straight sap green. A little bit of yellow on the brush, but mainly sap green. Good dark, rich color. Now we need, just like on the other side, let's put a little bit of land in here. And I'm just barely touching with a knife. It's Van Dyke brown. Then we'll take some brown and some white, just like on the other side. And let's put a little bit of highlight, not quite as much, just one little here and there. And then we bring some of these grassy areas right down on that, so it makes the grass come right over the top. Otherwise, it sort of just floats around. Okay, let's play with some water back here. Now, I want to paint this a little bit thinner, so I'm going to add a little magic white to my brush and go up here, and I'm going to use magic white and titanium white. Now, the magic white will thin it down just a little. Let's start back in here, and let's just start going. See, you need that dark to make that light show. And you got to make decisions here. There's a water splash in there, okay. Little splashes going in wherever. See, if you didn't have that dark under there, though, you wouldn't see anything. And this water is muddy. Coming around the bank, and it's picking up some of the dirt. And maybe there's a little stone under the water there, and it makes it go bloop. Causes all those little splashes. And just have fun with this. Just have fun with it. Back and forth and wherever you want it to go. You can create some of the most beautiful little streams, and they're so easy. So easy. There. Yeah. I'll leave a little bit of this blue showing out here. And it's getting a little wider here, so the water wouldn't be as rough, wouldn't be as turbulent. Okay, so just a few little ripples here and there. Don't want too many. See, and this is where we clean up the edges of the dirt too. Just let it go there. And you can put all kinds of little splashes and fun little things happening here and there. It's your stream, so you make some decisions and put them wherever you want them. Wherever. There we go, right on off the canvas. And that's just a quick, simple little way to make a happy little stream. Okay, now I've got several fan brushes going here, so I'm going to go with a clean brush right into some Van Dyke brown. Let's put a little paint thinner on, just to thin that down a small amount. A little Van Dyke brown. And I'm filling the brush up. And then on the other side, I'm just going to pull it through some white. So I've got Van Dyke brown on one side and white on the other. Let's say there's a little tree that lives right there. Now you can put as many trees as you want in yours. Maybe he's got a friend that lives right there beside him. Shoot, maybe he's a popular tree. He's got several friends. We'll give him several. Maybe there's even one that sort of comes over like this. And you can put as many trees in your painting as you want. Here's one. Maybe he's a little closer, a little fatter, a little stronger, a little more dark on his side there. There might even be one that you can't see all of it. It goes right off the canvas. How's that? Let's go on the other side. Maybe there's a big tree that lives right here. It goes into there somewhere. We don't know where he goes. We don't care. Just like so. Okay, and then I'll take my little 1-inch brush and cover up his foots. And same thing over here. We need to have a little grassy things around his foots, cover it up, make him fit right into the painting. Now I'll go back to my liner brush, and we'll put a little paint there. I want to thin this paint down very thin. And maybe, just very quickly here, we'll just throw in just some indications of a few little branches and limbs and twigs, wherever you want them. And you can put as many of these in as you want. I just want to put a few in to give you some ideas of how they're made, and then you do what makes you happy. We just try to give you some guides here and some ideas and really turn you loose. That's where the joy of painting comes in, when you don't have to worry about it anymore. You just let it go. And there'll come a time very soon when you really don't have to think about what's happening. At least on your palette, you can spend all your time composing, and you can compose while you paint. I used to spend as much time trying to figure out what to paint as I did actually painting. And this way you can compose right on the canvas. Right on the canvas. Here's one, maybe it comes right around and in there. Back. Have some of them go across the trunk. That way. They're not all just on the sides. And they need to get a little thicker when they get toward this trunk. See, just wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. As many as you want. Oh, shoot, might even be some down in here. Some more little sticks and twigs and all these little things happening. And they're not straight all the time. They got all kinds of crooks and bends. Maybe there was a fisherman out here and he stepped on that one and put a little kink in him. Let's go over here and maybe there's a little something right here. Just a little limb. This big old tree goes right on off the canvas. You can come in here and put all kinds of highlights and shadows on each one of these limbs. You can spend a lot of time playing here and really having some fun, putting a lot of detail into it. I think we're about to get to it, Rascal. If you want to put the indication, because there's always hundreds of little limbs, you can just take it very lightly, put all kinds of little tiny limbs in there. People think you've really worked for a long time. But I think that'll give you an idea. So let's sign this one. Use a little permanent red. We'll sign it right here. Call him all finished. And I hope this one is. Hope you really liked it. We've enjoyed being with you today. So from all of us here, we'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. See you next week. Welcome back. Well, today I have a special treat for you. You know, on the first show I told you I was going to bring some friends in and let them show you some fantastic painting methods also. And today I have a lady that comes right out of California, and she's going to show you how to do, the most fantastic seascapes you've ever seen. So I'd like to introduce you today to my friend Joyce Ortner. Joyce, we're glad to have you with us. Thanks for coming.
Oh, Bob, thanks so much for inviting me. I hope everyone enjoys painting a seascape today.
Well, very good. I'm going to get off the set here and let you have it, and I'll see you at the end of the show.
All right. Okay, we're going to do a basic seascape today, and it's a painting I call The Anatomy of a Wave. What I'm going to do is take a large brush, and I'm going to dip it in a medium. Now, this medium is a mixture of linseed oil, paint thinner, and high-gloss urethane varnish. Damar varnish dries too fast for me because I do a lot of blending, so I find that the high-gloss urethane works better. So remember, that's equal parts, 1/3, 1/3, linseed oil, paint thinner, and varnish. So I'm dipping my large brush into the medium. Maybe I better start off by telling you the colors. The tube colors I'm using today are right here is white, cad yellow medium, phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, and phthalo green. Now I've taken and made a mixture of equal parts of alizarin crimson and phthalo green right there, and I've made that a perfect black. And you can test your color by adding white to it in a pile here, and you want to achieve a perfect gray. Now if you have too much red, it'll you'll have to add more green, or if it's too green, you'll have to add more red. Now this is a wonderful color because that color will help you control the strong phthalo colors that you've got on your palette today. All right, I'm going to dip my brush in the medium, go into my white, pick up some phthalo blue, and I'm going to start right in on my sky. You'll notice I have a piece of masking tape stretched across my canvas. Now that will be my horizon line. Notice it is not at the center, or either does it divide my canvas into thirds, but it's almost in between, being 1/3 and 1/2 up. Now I've marked this at 7.5 inches. This is an 18 by 24 inch canvas. This is the top of my tape is 7.5 inches down from the top. Now that's going to be the horizon line of my ocean, which we always want it to be perfectly straight. All right, I've got my phthalo blue and white on my brush, and I'm doing the X stroke that gets that paint really into the weave of your canvas. Now you can relax and really enjoy this painting because it's a lot of fun, and you can really learn a lot because it's going to teach you how the motion of the water works. Now the top of our sky is going to be darker than the rest, and we'll get lighter as we get towards the bottom of the sky. I'm going to pick up more white. I think that this X stroke I'm using is probably my basic stroke. You'll notice throughout the painting I really use it a great deal. Now as I get further down on my canvas, almost to the horizon, I'm going to pick up white, go into my alizarin crimson, so I get a very soft pink color. All right, I want that to be right on top of that tape. Notice I paint right on the tape. I'm going to go all the way across my canvas, right on the horizon. A little more medium, a little more white, a little more pink. Remember, anyone can paint. Just takes a little practice, a few simple tools, and maybe somebody to get you started. And it takes lots of paper towels or rags, I find. Back into my medium. I think I'll put a little more color on the sky at the top. More phthalo blue and white. Again, I'll go over the colors on the palette. They're white, cadmium yellow, phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, and phthalo green. All right, this is what you call blending. I'm going to really merge these colors that I've got on my sky so that it's a very subtle graduation from the blues into the pinks, which makes a lavender transition right there. We know that if we take alizarin crimson and phthalo blue and white, we're going to get a soft lavender here. Okay, we're going to leave this a real simple sky. If we have time, we'll go back and put clouds if we want them, but right now we'll keep it simple. And the most fun part, I think, is taking off the tape. See, that gives me a straight horizon. And that is a hard trick to keep a straight horizon, so I think you'll find that masking tape works really, really good. I've mixed another color here on my palette. This color is white with phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Now I've made a lavender out of that, a little bit to the blue side. You don't make it too pink. Now this is the color that we'll put on our horizon. Again, I'm going to go into my medium and pick up some of that blue lavender color I've got. Now that's the color I'm going to use across my horizon. I've got a good amount of paint loaded into my brush. I've got an edge groomed into my brush so that I can go right on that edge and I'll do vertical strokes. It's worth taking the time to do it this way because it keeps your horizon straight. If you ever get it crooked, you'll know what a fight it can be. But remember, you can't make any mistakes you can't fix, so we don't have to worry if we do make a mistake. That's the joy of painting with oils. They're very, very forgiving. Right, I'm going to go all the way across my horizon this way with a mixture of alizarin crimson, phthalo blue, and white. And it's a little more blue than it is to the pink. I don't know if you've ever painted seascapes before, but they're lots of fun. That's what I paint the most. I live right by the ocean in California, and it's really beautiful. Got a little bitty dippy-doo in my horizon. We can fix it, right? We can't make any mistakes we can't fix. Okay, I'm going to need to load my brush again, a little more medium, more lavender color. Now this part of the painting is really underpainting. Now I can use a horizontal stroke, but I've got my paint laid on there. I'll go back pretty soon and soften that horizon, but right now I'll leave it. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put in what I call the baseline of the wave. Now this is really important. I think this will help you with your seascapes a lot. I'm dipping my brush into medium and I'm picking up that very, very black color that I mixed, half phthalo green and half alizarin crimson. Now this line is going to be straight, but at an angle. And I'm going to have it start right about here. And notice the angle, it's dipping down. This adds interest. We don't want everything to go straight across on this painting. We want to have a little bit of an angle on this. Now that is the baseline of the wave. Now remember, this painting is called The Anatomy of a Wave, so that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to learn the anatomy of a wave. And we're going to take a neutral color, like that lavender, and draw our wave in so you can really see how the wave works. Now this is what you call a breaker, or our major wave. Okay, now this is very important. The angle of these brush strokes. Do you see that? What things do wrong, people really tend to do wrong when they're painting a wave is they either make a C or they make an S. Avoid those two brush strokes when you're doing the breaking part of this wave. Always repeat this line as you come over. Notice it's over a forward thrust and straight. And if you can learn that stroke right there, that's really the basis of a good seascape. Okay, so you want your baseline straight at an angle and these strokes over and straight. All right, I'm going to pick up more of that lavender and I'm going to use it as the underpainting for the foam on this crashing wave. See that? It's going to come way up there and break the horizon. Now again, this is the underpainting. Now what you don't want to do is to pick up a bunch of white paint and start making foam. In oil painting, it's nice to go from dark to light. Now paintings All paintings seem to go through an ugly stage. If somebody walks in your studio when you're at this stage, they'll wonder what the heck you're doing. You can just tell them that that's the anatomy of the wave. Okay, this is all underpainting. All right, now this part of the wave, this area right in there, is the transparency. That's when the light's coming from behind the wave in the thin part of the water and then shining through the wave. And that's what people love in a seascape. And they think it's really magic. And you're going to find out today that it's easy to do and it's really fun. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're going to pick up straight phthalo blue and lay it right on top and overlap this black from here to the edge of the painting. I'm picking up straight phthalo blue, and I'm going to go right over the top of that black. I'm going to have to keep picking up paint. Overlapping that black line on this side of the wave. Now this is a fun thing I do next. I'm not really going to clean my brush. I just wiped some of the extra paint out. I'm going to pick up straight yellow. But what happens with this dirty brush going right on top of this blue is it's going to turn green. So what I've got so far is 3 stripes, a black stripe, a blue stripe, and a yellow stripe that's turned green. All right. Now I'm going to wipe that off my brush, give it a quick rinse, and paint thinner. And I'm going to pick up a color here that I've mixed. This is just white with a mixture of yellow in it. I call this my sunshine color. So if I tell you to pick up sunshine, you know that that's going to be my pale yellow that's here on my palette. So we're going to put some sunshine in our wave. The whole top half of this wave, we're painting with sunshine. As long as there's nothing on my canvas, I continue to put medium in my paint. That makes the paint flow off the brush. Now, again, in this area, in this particular part of the wave, we want to use a good amount of paint. You don't want it thick and gooey, but you want a nice, even cover. All right, now we've got 4 stripes. Crazy way to paint a seascape, isn't it? I've got black, straight phthalo blue, straight cad yellow that turned green, and sunshine. Okay, and I'm going to wipe the paint out of my brush. And I'm going to start on this edge at about, an 1.5 to 2 inch stroke, and I'm blending. I'm starting at the bottom and just going back and forth until those colors start to mix on the canvas. And as they do, I gradually move up to the top of the wave. Look at the nice colors I'm getting in there. I'm getting blues and greens and... See that? And I'll continue to move across the canvas doing that. Wiping the brush at each section. See, I have plenty of paint on there so that it keeps blending. If there wasn't enough paint, it wouldn't blend. It would leave many more brush strokes than this is. Now, we'll smooth this out in a minute, but right now, this is real important. This is the eye or transparency, or think of it as an egg shape. You want to blend with your brush stroke right up that egg shape. Now, what everybody does at this stage that is a mistake is they want to make it too steep. I can't tell you how many times I have to say, lay that stroke down. Keep it parallel to the baseline and lift it up gently. And then as you go out towards the edge of the wave, you lay it down more and more. Keep it gentle. All right, now it takes a lot of blending in this transparent part. You have to work on it quite a bit to get a nice, smooth glow. Remember not to lose your darks and to keep your lights light and to get a nice mid-tone in between. Actually, I'm doing that X still. Do you see that when I'm going back and forth with my brush? Almost all my blending is done with an X. All right, I'm going to switch to a little bit larger brush so that I can blend a little faster and pull a little of that paint off. As I pick up some of this paint, I'll clean my brush up there. How's that? Use some of that color. Okay, this is going to be really nice. Remember, this is the most important part of your painting, so you want to spend a little time on it. Try to make a real gradual blend on this. You can go back and add more sunshine in this transparent part too to give yourself more light. Okay, so that's the major part of your basic wave. Now this water that comes over, take your medium, go into the dark, pick up some blue, and pick up some yellow. That's just exactly the way your stripes were. You had the black, blue, and yellow, and that's what we're going to do right here with that brush stroke I told you about. Need more blue, more yellow. Keep that stroke straight, remember that. It's real good to put a smile. If you want to have a happy painting, you need a smile, right? So I'm going to take some yellow. I'm going to make a smile right there. Now that smile will show when we pull that paint over the top. Pull it back that way. I'm going to pick up more blue. So what's so nice about this is you can make these colors go any direction. You can change them back and forth from blues to greens to yellows. It gives you lots of multiplicity of color. All right, I'm going to take this color that I have in my brush with the blue and the yellow to do some of this back wave. Now this is a swell that's behind the major wave. Now the next swell will be a little bit lighter, so I'll take some of that same blue color and mix it into that lavender to lighten it. Put in another swell. Do you see an ocean happening here yet? Okay, remember I said I'd go back and blend that horizon. I'm going to soften that real fast. That really gives you distance. See what nice distance we get there? All this paint I can move around a little bit because it's been setting a little bit. And a nice large brush is terrific for blending. Okay, we're going to cover the rest of this canvas with blue. Right under here. I'm not going to have beach in this. This is just going to be our basic wave in an open ocean. Now the blue right under the wave is a little darker because it's a little bit in shadow, and it will get lighter as it comes down. Pretty easy, isn't it? People think seascapes are hard, and they are, but you get a few basics, really helps a lot. I like my canvas to be loose on the easel so I can turn it upside down and move it around. But you might like to have yours anchored a little better. Kind of banging it around here, aren't I? You don't have to paint this painting at home in half an hour. You can take your time. All right, notice what I'm going to do now. I'm going to actually take some of this here and pull it up on that wave so it all ties it together. I don't really want to lose that dark, because that's what makes that wave curl over. Do you see how now it's all part of the ocean? This black line over here is the shadow. Okay? Now we're going to highlight and put sunshine on our foam. I'm going to just pick up some sunshine. Now that foam will start making more sense to you. You'll pick up all your watercolors in the foam. That's okay, because foam is just little bubbles of water, isn't it? You can pull paint off. Don't have your foam thick and gooey. I think that's real important. I see students lots of times want to make their foam way too thick. Can you see how really thin my paint is there on the foam area? All right, I'm going to pick up more sunshine. I'm using quite a bit of paint here on the edge where it picks up more light. By having that underpainting with thin paint, I can keep building up with more and more paint. Right, so we've got foam. We've got our major wave. Let's put some foam coming over that wave. Watch this. This is fun. Notice I keep repeating that same stroke. Notice how that changes it too. Right, we're going to take more sunshine and add it to the rest of our painting. Again, a little bit of medium. And we're going to add sunshine way back here. Sort of a cradle stroke. We'll pick up some more sunshine. And as we go further back, those swells get closer together and our stroke gets flatter and flatter. Now in the front, we can add more sunshine to give us motion in the water here. Can you see that motion? This is just sunshine on our brush and a cradle stroke. Practice doing this, getting the flow of the cradle stroke. Okay. We've got some waves going in the foreground. You can spend a lot more time on detail. This gives you your basic anatomy of a wave, gives you a start. Let's be tricky and throw in a couple of seagulls really fast. Whoa, wrong brush, not with that one. You need a liner brush. Pick up our black paint. I use a maul stick a lot. It really helps me brace my hand. I think a seagull will do a lot for this. How's that? Put a couple more over here. Okay, now there's a lot we could do to this painting, a lot more motion we can put in our water. But I think that it's a good time to sign it, because this is a half-hour painting, a lesson for you on how to paint the anatomy of a wave. Ortner is the last name on this painting. And now we have the anatomy of a wave. Remember the baseline of your wave, the transparency, the motion of the water, a straight horizon, and you can paint a seascape. What do you think, Bob?
I think that's fantastic, Joyce, and I think everyone at home will really enjoy this painting. It shows a great deal of how you go about building a wave. So, on behalf of all of us here, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting. God bless. We'll see you next week. Hi, welcome back. I'm glad you could join me again today. Today I thought we'd do something that's a lot of fun, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Before we get started here, let's have them run all the colors that you need across your screen, and they'll come across your screen in the same order that I have them on my palette, starting with a titanium white and working around. And while they're doing that, let's go up here and I'll explain what I've done already. I have a black canvas today, as you can see, and we make these black canvases by covering them with a flat black acrylic paint and allowing it to dry. And then I've taken and I've made some stripes in here. I've just taken alizarin crimson in a couple of places, a little bit of phthalo blue, a little bit of Prussian blue, and down in here I put the smallest little amount of phthalo green. Just sort of mix these on your brush and just sort of let them happen. We'll do something that's a little bit different. I think you'll find it fun. I'm going to start with a little magic white on my brush, just a small amount of magic white, and decide where your horizon's going to be. And we'll just start making little crisscross strokes. And the magic white will begin picking up all these beautiful colors, and it's just unbelievable what happens. Now, use very little of the magic white. You can always go back in and add a little bit more, but it's the son of a gun to take it out. So start with a small amount and blend upward. And then we can just begin making all kinds of beautiful little shapes and stuff in the sky. Let your brush play and have fun. Let it go. Let it go. There we are. Look at what's happening. Now it's beginning to hit the crimson and the phthalo blue and the Prussian blue. These are really exciting paintings, and if you need a little more of the white, come down here and pick it up and just pull it right on up into the sky. Let it go. Let it go. Have fun. That's what it's all about. And you can blend the sky to any degree that you want. And as I say, you can go back, pick up a little more of the magic white if you want it, and you can add it in. And all you're doing is picking up the color that's underneath. And you can keep adding magic white till this looks like it could be noon if you want it to be noon, or it can be late in the afternoon, early in the morning. When you're painting, you use that artist's license. It says you can do anything, and you have to make these fantastic decisions. Okay, now let's just very, very gently blend all it out. That just takes the brush strokes out and lets you see what you have. There we go. And see, that quick, you have a light horizon, and the sky gets darker, and it produces the illusion of distance and depth in the painting. Okay, let's clean the old brush here. This is the fun part of this technique. Shake off the excess. Oop, there you go. You cover 2 or 3 friends. Alrighty, now we got our sky in. Let's start back in here and we'll mix up a color. Today I'm going to make, let's see, Van Dyke brown, permanent red. Let's put some Prussian blue in it. Prussian blue is very dark, very strong. So we have permanent red, Van Dyke brown, and Prussian blue. We want a color here that it almost looks black, very dark, very strong, but it's still brown. Okay, and we don't overmix our colors here. Just pick it up, turn it over, and that's enough. Now then, clean the knife, and let's start today with the old 2.5-inch brush. And I'm just gonna tap the brush right into that. Let's go up to the canvas. Now I want to come right along the horizon line here, and I'm just gonna take the brush, see? Just tap. Just let these things happen. As you pick up the magic white, your color is going to get lighter in value. And that's exactly what you want it to do. Because the light's shining through back here. Maybe there's a little happy little hill right here. There we go. A little more of the color. And you can just begin laying all these beautiful little things in here. Okay. See, I told you this was going to be a fun painting. Okay, maybe way back here in the distance, maybe there's a little building or two. So I'll get out the knife, and I'm going to use this same old brown color. Okay, pull that paint out very flat, just as flat as you can get it, and take your knife and cut across. It gives you that little roll of paint right out on the edge of your knife. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. Maybe there's a little bitty house that lives right there. We just want some indications way back here in the distance. Little house, he lives there. Little barn, little shed, whatever. And all we're doing here is just laying in the dark. We'll come back and put in a few little highlights and fix him all up, make him nice and pretty. Right now you're just trying to get some dark on your canvas. Okay, good. Now let's take a little bit of the titanium white, a little brown, make a color that's somewhat lighter than what we have on the canvas. And you don't want to mix this color dead. Add a little blue to it and gray it down. I'm going to use a small edge of the knife this time. Same way, small edge, and it's just a little bit of paint right out there on that small edge of the knife. Good, okay? Now, let a little light just bounce and play right along there. Just like so. I don't want a lot of color on this, just enough so it stands out and it's lighter than the side. I want the side to be very dark. It's in shadow. The old shadow's got it. There we go. And maybe right along this edge here, a little light plays right through there. There. Good. Just to make that little edge stand out. There we go. Now, maybe there's some boards in there we just cut through. And I know somebody's saying, well, you got to have a door in there so you can get into the old shed. Well, okay. Give you a door. Cut around it. There we are. And then quick, we have a little building. Now we can just clean up his foots by touching, bring in some grass right up around him. And maybe over here, right there. I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's build us a happy little barn that lives right there. We'll come this way now, and then let it drop over. Just sort of visualize these things in your mind. Put them on the canvas. Put them on the canvas. And these are far away. They're small, so we're not worried about tremendous detail. Fill this in just like we did the other one. We need that dark color so the light will show. Little edge of the knife. There. Pull some of this down. And all we're doing here is just trying to cover the canvas with dark color. Yeah, I'll take a little permanent red and Van Dyke brown. I'll just mix it together real quick here. Like so. We'll put some shingles up here on this roof. Just touch. Start at the bottom and work up. This is just the way they put shingles on a roof too. Start at the bottom, work up. So they overlap each other. And that'll give you the indication of a few little shingles. A little highlight along the edge. And right along there. And down. Okay. Now then, once again, we need to put a little highlight on the front here. Okay. And then the old barn here needs a door. Big door. This is where the cow had to go in. Smooth that out. A little bit of color around the edges. Okay, there we are. There. Now maybe this old farmer, maybe he's like me. I never have enough room. Let's give him a shed out here on his barn. He needs a little shed. Maybe this is where the chickens live. Chickens need a place to live too. And we'll put a little board or two right there. There we go. A little bit more of this roof color. It was permanent red with a little Van Dyke brown, and just put some indications right there. Good. And that quick, we have an indication of a happy little barn back here. And let's put some more dark. Now this part of the canvas down here is dry. I only put color on the top. Now we can begin going into a little bit of the titanium white here and there. And we'll put a little highlight here. Just let these little things happen wherever you think they should be. Wherever. And we can begin creating the lay of the land. Now, maybe up in here, we'll just do this, make it look like an old path. Went around through there, same color. This whole foreground will be done with just about the same colors all the way through it. A little highlight on that. And with a large brush, and very quickly, just drop in some happy little things here. All we're worried about now is just putting some paint on the canvas. A little bit over here. There we go. And just let them go. You want one thing we've mentioned over and over again. If you enjoy the show, call your PBS station or drop them a line. Let them know. They want to know what you like. If you want to see reruns, if you want to see these paintings again, once again, they need to know. And when they need some help, help them out. They bring you some fantastic programming, some beautiful shows about the animals and nature, and they need some help once in a while. There we go. Now that's just got the whole bottom covered. We can put in a little path. This is still just that brown color. There we go. Now we have a little path, pushes everything back. And I think we'll use a happy fan brush. And I'm just going to go right into a small amount of titanium white and brown. White and brown. There we go. Just mix it on your brush. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now, we can begin putting in some detail, some nice little grassy areas. And all we want is just little indications back here. I don't want a lot of color in this painting. Now, when you're doing this at home, if you want to put a lot of color in it, drag out your artist license and you do anything that you want to do. I just want to show you how to make it. How you do it is your world. It's your painting, so you do what you want. There. Okay, put a few of those over here, just to brighten it up and let everything show. Boy, this does look like a deserted old barn. Okay, there. All right, I tell you what, right there, there's one. Now you have to make a decision where your path is. And you can put as much of this in or as little as you want. A lot of times on TV here, I try to make things a little bit brighter so they stand out better for you at home. But if you want to make it a little softer, a little quieter, certainly you can. Just use a color that's a little more muted and quiet. I tell you what, let's have some fun today. Maybe there's an old windmill here. We'll have some real fun. Now, a super way to make a windmill. I'm going to take my liner brush and just use the back of it here. And first of all, I'm going to draw a circle. I'm just scratching a circle on the canvas. I don't even know if you can see that or not. And another circle. If you can't see it, I'm sure you can hear it. There you are. Yeah, you can see it. Now we need to put some blades on there. So let me mix up some more of that Van Dyke brown, permanent red, Prussian blue. Just mix it up. We need a good dark brown here. Now these are super little scenes to make on a white canvas, so they're day scenes. Good. Okay, now we pick up that small roll of paint again. Always using that small roll of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Now, remember the blade's taller or wider at the top as at the bottom. So you touch and sort of go bloop, like that, okay? And that's how we make our little blades. And let's do like that. Look at there. Look at there. Over here. There. And one here. Touch. And sort of pull it around. Now, if you do these four first, then all you have to do is come back in here and you can lay in all the rest of them and they'll work out correctly. Isn't that sneaky? And you can make beautiful windmills. Beautiful windmills. There you go. I lived in Nebraska for a long time and there was a lot of windmills there. Look at there. Look at there. Now, the circle that you made up here, something has to connect all these blades. So you can cover up that line that you scratched by taking your knife, a little edge, see? And that just brings them all together. You got to have a connector here to hold all these together or they fall off. Look at there. Come right on around. Just like so. However many you want. Okay? Now then, I'm going to use some of that red and brown, and let's put just a touch of highlight right here on the corner. Maybe a little more of the permanent red into it, a little brighter so it stands out and you can see it a little better. Okay, just all you do is touch. Just touch, just so there's a little color on that edge and you can see it. Now, if you were doing this on a white canvas, you'd probably want a lot more color. Just to give you an idea. Now then, there usually is a couple of big blades that stick out here, and that's what the wind catches, and that guides it. So we just come right over the top here, because these old windmills had to turn into the wind. So we'll put in these. And the old windmills that I've looked at usually have two of them on it. And they sort of go to the center. And we'll put a little tiny highlight on that. Oop, there we are. Look at that. Wow. Okay, then we need something to bring it all together here. And there's usually a cross like so. In there. Good. A little highlight on that too, so it stands out. You can see it. Now, there's the little thing where the chain goes. And a little platform up here. Now we need some legs to hold all this up. That platform's where the bird always comes and builds his little nest, and he sits up there and he watches the farmer. And when the farmer feeds the chickens and stuff, he slips down there and gets him something to eat too. Same brown color. And we've got to give this old windmill a leg. Don't want him to fall over. Give him a leg. And this is closer to you, so perspectively, it's much bigger. There we go. And let's give him another leg here. There. See, we don't use any patterns, so nobody knows if we make a mistake or not. Sneaky. There. Another leg right here. Got to have 4 foot or he'll fall over. Now, if you don't have windmills where you're at and you want to paint a windmill, there's 1,000 books that have beautiful, beautiful pictures And you can pick up one of those and look at it. There we go. Okay, that gives us 4 foots. And usually in here, there's a little platform. So we'll just make a little platform and then bring this leg over the top of the platform. And we need some supports in here to hold all this together. Like so. Maybe. There's another one right here underneath the platform. Like that. And we need some little steps so the old farmer can climb up there and shoo that bird off if he wants to that's living up there. Just drop him in. Now we can go back to our highlight color, and let's just lay the tiniest little bit of highlight here and there, just so this stands out a little better for you. Tiny little bit. There we go. A little bit over in here. This sort of separates everything and makes it look a little better. Touch right there. Okay, a little bit right on that. Ooh, nice. If you get one that's nice, don't touch it again. Leave it alone, because it may never come out again. Now let's take the liner brush. I'll use the liner brush right now. And to that, paint thinner to thin the paint. I'm going to go right into that same old brown color. Turn that brush, bring it to a nice sharp point. See, turn it. Bring it right up till it's nice and sharp. Liner brush has very long bristles. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, we need some support brackets in here, so we'll just come right down. There. This reminds me of the way the teacher used to grade my paper in school. I needed a lot of support brackets, I guess, because she did a lot of these things on my paper. And you can just put some of these here and there. However many you want. In windmills, you know, they all serve the same basic purpose, but the old farmers, they all built them to their specifications, however they want them, or whatever was laying around the farm to build them with. Now we can cover up our little foots, just like so. All kinds of nice little things. Now, while I've got this brown on my brush, maybe back here there's a little happy little tree. It lives right here. We'll make him far away so he's not very big. Just a happy little tree. And I tell you what, this is fun. Let's put maybe there's a little fence here you can see in the background. Just like so. Just like so. Come across. And you could always put a little tree here and there. Yeah, this farm is definitely deserted. Okay, now let's take the old big brush. And I'm just going to pull it right through this brown. Just load it by pulling. I'm just going to pull the corner through. And don't be afraid of this big brush. Okay, let's go back up here. Big brush will do nice things for you, but you need to make friends with it. Here I'm just touching the canvas, just touch. And we'll put some happy little leaves right out here. See there? How easy that is? Just drop them in, wherever you want them. A little bit down here at his foots. Okay. And we can just put all kinds of detail. And when you're at home, the old clock doesn't get you like it does me here. You can just build all kinds of beautiful things into it. Put a touch of highlight right there so that little strap holds everything together. Shows up a little better so you can see it. See a little bit out here on these ends. Just a touch. Just a touch. And you can put as much detail in yours as you want. There we go. I think we've got a pretty wild old windmill here. I'm going to take a fan brush, a little bit of the white on it, and very lightly, we'll complete our little path, smooth it out a little, and I think we're about done with this one. Let it come right up to the door, just like so. Oh, fan brush does fantastic things. There's really just a little bit of titanium white on it, and that's all. Bring all that together. Okay. I'm going to use my liner brush again and put a few little things right around the foots of this windmill. Because the little weeds, they grow higher here. Just a few little happy things. Going like so. There we go. And we can put all kinds of little sticks and twigs. And as they go farther back, let them get smaller and smaller and smaller. Helps build the illusion of distance into your painting. Pick up a little of that white, like so, and we're into business. Alrighty. There comes a time when you can literally piddle a painting to death, so I'm going to stop. Let's take a little thin oil, a little permanent red, and I like the oil because it's very slick. It works well on your canvas. Turn that brush, bring it to a super sharp point. This paint is literally like water. You can see it just literally running. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here, and then we can sign this painting. There. And I really hope you've enjoyed this. It's a little different than what we've done in the past, and I hope it gives you a lot of ideas. Set your imagination on fire. If you've enjoyed this one, let us know. We'll do some more crazy things for you. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hello, and welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. I hope you've got your palette set up and your almighty easel and you're ready to paint a beautiful painting with me. Today I thought we'd do a little painting. It's just a lot of fun and I really think you'll enjoy it. I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that we'll need to do the project today. These colors will come across your screen in the same order that I have them on my palette, starting with the white and working across. So, let's get started. I'm going to start out today with a little bit of alizarin crimson on the large brush. Take a small amount of paint out and tap it into the bristles. This assures a nice even distribution of paint all through the brush. Now, use very little paint. I'm going to put this in the sky, and I don't want to set the sky on fire. All I want to do is put a little pinkish glow into it. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. Now, let's start right in here, and we make little X's, little crisscross. Now, the canvas has already been covered with magic white, good and wet and slick, and ready to go. Very easy to add more color, but it's the son of a gun to try to take it off. So if you want more color, just pick it up and put it on. But start with very, very little color. I'll add a little tiny bit more right in here. There we go. Now while I've got that on the brush, maybe we'll come right down in here with a little. Without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into a small amount of Prussian blue. Now, the Prussian blue is very, very strong. Be careful with it. Little crisscross. It will consume your crimson in a heartbeat, so be careful with it. Very little Prussian blue. So, so strong. And once again, you can always add a little more if you want it, but it's hard to take it off. If you ever do need to take it off, you can take a clean, dry brush and go over it, and it'll pick up paint. Or if worse comes to worse, if it's really bad, you can take a paper towel or a clean rag and just wipe the canvas down and start over. because at this point, you really haven't invested a lot of time or energy into your painting. Okay. And maybe I'll put just a tiny bit of blue right here. I don't want much, just a little. Maybe there'd be a little water right there. We'll make that decision later. And I'm going to clean the brush. And we clean the brush with odorless paint thinner. And there's a screen in the bottom of my can. Hey! And we scrub the brush against the screen, and that takes the paint off and allows the solid material to settle to the bottom of the can, and it doesn't contaminate all your paint thinner. Okay, there we go. Gives us a nice little sky very quickly, very simply. A lot of fun. Let's go. Get us a big old fan brush. I'm going to go into the titanium white and load a lot of paint onto your brush. A lot of paint. Pull it through there. And I'm going to pick up a small amount of permanent red. Just a little bit. It's very, very strong. Okay, look at all the paints on that brush. There, let's go up to the canvas now. Let's build a happy little cloud, and maybe he lives right here. Now I'm just using the corner of the brush, making tiny little circles. Tiny little circles. Get a little more paint on my brush. You're looking for areas that have a lot of paint, areas that have virtually no paint, thick, thin. Some areas you don't want to put anything on, so it'll turn out to be your shadows. Now with a large brush, I'm going to gently blend this out. Just blend it. Little tiny circles. Tiny little circles. There we go. And fluff it. Just grab it, fluff it up. And then very gently blend it all together. See, isn't that easy? It's a super way to make fantastic little clouds. Very easy. Clouds used to give me a fit until I found out how easy they were to make. There we go. Maybe this comes right on, wherever you want it. Wherever. Still just titanium white. Okay, now we'll take our big brush again and do the same thing. Blend the bottom out. We're not touching the top edge of the cloud yet at all. And don't overwork it. Probably the biggest mistake made is overworking it. And you work it till it's dead. Then you have a big old cotton ball laying up there in the sky. Now, very gently. All you're doing is grazing it. Just barely go across. Okay, and that's how we make a little cloud. And there's many ways of making clouds. This is probably one of the simplest and most effective. Okay. Got to make some decisions now. What are we going to have in here? Maybe we'll put a little mountain over here. And let's take some Prussian blue, some Van Dyke brown, and a little bit of alizarin crimson. And mix them all together. Pick your paint up and turn it over. That assures that you'll mix it all. Otherwise, you won't mix what's against the palette. So pick it up and turn it over, like so. Okay, now we'll take a little bit of paint on the knife. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's a little mountain that lives right here. And we're really pushing this paint into the fabric, just like you're trying to push it right through the canvas. Now, one of the questions that I hear quite frequently is, do I always use a stretch canvas? I always do use a stretch canvas. If you use a canvas board, it will absorb your magic white, and very rapidly you're working on a dry canvas. It creates unbelievable problems. I always use a canvas that is double primed, has 2 coats of primer on it. And that way the magic white will stay wet for extended periods of time, and that's what you're looking for. Because maybe you won't finish the painting today and you want to come back tomorrow and work on it. Some people don't paint quite as fast as I do, and they want to come back and work on it. So your magic white will stay wet for several days. Okay, we'll pull out This is just titanium white. And let's put a little bit of snow up here on this mountain. Barely touching. Barely touching. Just a whisper. Just let that knife literally float across the canvas. Maybe there's a little peak right there. That may be in the background. And you can make these as wide or as small as you want them. Just keep building them. It's your mountain, so you do whatever you want to with it. It's your mountain. Okay, I'm going to take a little Prussian blue and white, just blue and white, and we'll make a shadow color. Okay, pull your paint out flat and then cut across. So you have a small roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up to the canvas, touch, and just barely touch and follow the angle. Now, notice the angle's opposite of the highlight. Highlight goes in one direction, shadow in the other. Very, very simple way to make little mountains that are very effective and beautiful. Okay, and you need these shadows. The shadows, that's what separates these. If you don't have the shadows in the right places, then your mountains won't look right. And every highlight needs its own private shadow. If it doesn't have a shadow, it just lays there. You need that shadow to push it up and to make it an individual. Okay. Now let's make some mist on the bottom of this mountain. And for that, we'll use just a clean, dry 2.5-inch brush. And just tap. Follow the angles in your mountain. Always follow those angles. Mountains are nothing but geometric shapes. They're games of angles. Study the angles. There. Now we lift upward. This removes the tap marks and creates beautiful, soft mist. That easy. I told you could do it. There we go. Okay, well, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Now we got us a nice little mountain in the background, some beautiful clouds. So let's have some fun. I'm gonna go right into, there's some sap green. This is the mountain color. So this is Van Dyke brown, Prussian blue, sap green, and we'll throw some crimson in there too. A lot of paint on the brush. Pull that brush through the paint. Bend it. Load a lot of paint. Look at how it looks. Okay, now we're going to put that rounded corner to the top when we touch the canvas. There, you can see it very well. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe you got to make some decisions. Maybe, right there. Right there lives a tree. There he is. And this is just background, so you're not really concerned about anything except just basic shapes. There we go. Just wherever you think there ought to be a tree. That's exactly where there ought to be a tree. Okay. Now, maybe. Right there. And start thinking about the general lay of the land here. Maybe this is going to be coming downhill, so start planning that. And wherever you want a tree, drop him in. And we can begin working on all kinds of little basic shapes here. But you're still paying attention to the general lay of the land. Maybe right there, there's a nice bigger bush. Push that mountain back a little further. Now, when you're putting this in, you don't want to kill the misty area between the mountain and your background. If you kill this misty area, it's going to pull that mountain right up against this, and you want to keep some distance there to make the mountain look like it's far, far away. So leave this misty area. It's very, very important to you. Leave that. Okay, let me just go on here and drop in a little bit more of this background. This is a super way just to practice too, is to really have nothing in your mind except a time of day and a time of year. And hit the canvas. Just let something happen. Bring it out of here. You don't have to trace and draw all these pictures on there. It's in here. All you have to do is let it out and put it on that canvas. Now, maybe we're going to have a little pond right here. Watch how easy it is to make a reflection. Let's go right in here. All we do is grab that and pull down. We want the pond to reflect the color that's around it. So all you do is pick up some of this background color and pull down. That easy. Reflections are one of the most fantastic things to do in this technique because the canvas is wet. With the magic white, oh, son of a gun, you can make unbelievable reflections. Now these lines should be straight across. Go straight across with them. Don't want the water to run out on the floor. Okay, now then, let's put a few little trunks here and there. We'll use a knife today. We'll take some burnt umber, a little bit of white in it, pull it out very flat, cut across so we got that small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife there. There you can see it, just a tiny bit, okay? Now, all you got to do is touch the canvas, and the canvas will pull off what it wants. If your trunk needs to be wider, pull it to the side a little bit. But most of the time, all you have to do is just touch. And if you don't overmix your paint, then it'll be marbled. And all kinds of beautiful little things will happen automatically. You don't have to worry about it. You could sit and mix up a dozen different colors, or you can mix your paint marbly and let it happen. Just let it happen. We learn to use everything that happens. You know, that's what's so much fun about this. We talk about we don't make mistakes, we have happy accidents. And that's true. There's nothing that you can't fix very easily. Now let's put some highlights on this. And I'll get a 1-inch brush. And let's go into a little bit of cad yellow. And some sap green, there. Okay, pull that brush through that paint. Pull it through. A lot of paint. Okay, I'm gonna hold it up here and let you look at it. See? A lot of paint. There we go. Let's go up here. Now maybe there's a nice, beautiful green bush that lives right here. Touch, just give it a little push. Gentle push. I know sometimes it looks like I'm taking a running start across the room and socking that canvas hard. It's a gentle touch. It's just that sometimes I do it very rapidly and it looks like I'm pushing very hard. But it's a very light touch. Okay? Now we'll go into a little Indian yellow. And maybe there's a happy little bush. It's right there. And we'll reflect a little bit of that down into the water. Add a little paint thinner onto my brush to thin the paint. And let's take a little burnt umber and put right in with the yellow. Make a nice brownish color here. Beautiful. So we got cad yellow and burnt umber. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe, there he is. Just have to look around and find him. There's another little tree back here. And let them get darker and darker and darker as you work down. Let's throw in a little permanent red. Shoot, we'll brighten this son of a gun up and make it stand up here and talk. Okay, don't kill all your dark areas. They're important too. And layer these so it helps create the illusion of depth in your painting. Here I'm using the brush sideways. Just push up, bend. That's all there is to it. Okay, let me get a little more paint thinner. A little more of the sap green. And we'll very quickly just drop in some beautiful little leaves up here on these. If you have trouble making your paint stick, add a little magic white or paint thinner to it. Remember our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So this first layer of paint that we put on the canvas is very, very thick, very thick. Good test for your paint. Take the top off and squeeze it. The paint should stand up, about 3/4 of an inch above the tube without falling over. That's the way you can tell if it's strong enough to do this method. If oil runs out of it or if it's soft and creamy, it probably will not work for this method. This really depends on a firm paint, so you can stick these thinner paints on top of it. There. Okay, maybe. There's another one. Just wherever you want these, you drop them in. Let them happen. Okay, let's start putting some land masses in here and some reflections and all the beautiful little things. Let's do the reflections here. Now, reflections happen so nice. Watch what happens with this big brush. Gently, gently, gently pull down. Just barely, barely, barely touching the canvas. Oh, such a soft touch. Now, lightly go across. This is how you make the beautiful mirror reflections. See there? It's that easy. Okay. Tell you what, today, let's do something a little different. Let's use a fan brush. And I'm just going to go right into some Van Dyke Brown, some burnt umber, just mix them up on the brush. And let's just go up here and let's just scrub in some basic land areas here. Just use the old brush, scrub it. All we're doing is putting a nice dark base color. And you got to figure out where your water's going to be. Now go right into some white, a little touch of blue. And there was brown on the brush already, so we got, and look, see, you can see how all the different colors are loaded on that brush. There's brown in deep, and there's lighter colors on the end. Okay. Let's go right up here. Now all we got to do is just touch. And just, you don't want to kill all your dark now. You worked very hard to put that dark on there. Don't kill it all. Just want to put some little highlights here and there. And just let that little brush play and bounce. And fan brush is a fantastic, fantastic brush. But you got to make friends with it. It's got to be your good buddy. Yeah, just wherever you want these. It's your world. Your world. Okay, I'm going to take another fan brush. Now I have several fan brushes going here, so I don't have to wash them continually. A little magic white on my brush. We'll go right into some cad yellow. And I'm going to grab a little green, bring down here. A little red. Just mix all these different colors on the brush. Look at all the paint on there. Son of a gun. But they're all mixed on the brush. Now you can take and touch, push, and bend it upward and build in all kinds of little grassy areas. Wherever you want them. Follow the lay of the land. Most important. You don't want to kill all these nice little things that you made with your fan brush here. Don't want to kill them all. Okay, let's go back. I'll tell you what, I'm going to get this old big brush. Great big brush. Van Dyke Brown, some sap green, a little bit of Prussian blue. There's some crimson, whatever. Just pull it through that paint. Load it full. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you got to make some more decisions. What lives right about here? There it is. Big tree lives right there. You knew that, didn't you? Right over that mountain. You worked so hard on that corner. There, maybe. Comes right down through there. Whatever. Wherever you want it. You know, we try to give you ideas here. These paintings should be used as guides. And at home, let your imagination go crazy. You really don't have to copy. All you have to do is see how it's done. We really just try to teach you how the method works. What you paint. Oh my gosh, that's as individual and as different as people are. All right. Gives us a nice background. We can go in here and drop in some color now. And back to my 1-inch brush. Little Indian yellow, yellow ochre, cad yellow, permanent red. They're just all mixed right here on the brush. There we go. All right. Touch. Barely touching the canvas here. barely touching the canvas. Let all these things happen. I'll tell you what, we'll add a little more green to that. There we go. Put in some beautiful little green bushes right here. Wherever you want them. Whatever you want. I'm just varying color now. We're just going from the permanent red to the Indian yellow, yellow ochre, and back and forth. Whatever makes you happy. There we go. There's a little bit right there. Once again, if your paint doesn't stick, add a little paint thinner. Ooh, there's a nice bright red one. Shining out there in the sun. And feel free at home to change color. Use any color that you want. Okay, I'm going back and get my fan brush, and we'll pick up some more of this dark color. And let's go in here. Let's just lay in some little things happening here and there. Just here and there, wherever you want them. Just like so. And then we had a little bit of the highlight color. We can go back in here and just gently, gently, gently drop some of these things in. Maybe there's a little stone lives right there. Just a few little highlights. Maybe there's another little stone. See how that little fan brush just makes all kinds of fantastic little things. So simple. Just let it happen. Then we can drop some little grassy areas coming down in here. Follow the lay of the land. There we go. Wherever you want them to go. Let's go over here. There comes one. Sneaking out behind that stone. Okay, good. Good. Tell you what, let's do. Let's go right into some Van Dyke Brown. And let's build a happy little tree. He lives right there. Right there. And what kind of trees? Let's make a birch tree today. They're a lot of fun and very striking. Very striking. And they usually grow in clumps, so we'll give him a little friend right there. And you can make as many birch trees as you want. Just want to show you how. Okay, now we need a little bit of white to highlighting. Touch, give it a little pull. Blip. That's all there is to it. Just give it a little pull. Like that. Okay, now let's just put a few little limbs here and there. Just some indications. Now you could also do this with a liner brush. Would work just as well. Just here and there. Maybe this one runs right across wherever you want it to go. And I'm going to take the 1-inch brush, some sap green, some yellow. Okay, we'll put a little paint thinner so it's very thin. Let's go up here and just very gently, barely touching here, lay in a few little leaf indications. Just barely, barely touching. And I hope you've enjoyed this painting. It's a lot of fun. It'll teach you how to use a lot of the equipment. There. Okay, I think we'll call that one finished. And until next time, from all of us here, happy painting. Welcome back. So very glad you could join us today. You know, in past shows, I've asked you to drop me a line and tell me what you want to see on these shows. One of the things that everyone has dropped me a line and told me they wanted to see was someone doing portraits. So I brought a young lady all the way from California to show you one of the most fantastic ways of doing portraits you've ever seen. And I'd like to welcome today Fern Sirois. Fern, glad to have you with us.
Thank you, Bob.
I'm going to sneak right off the set here, let Fern have it, and I'll see you at the end of the show.
Let's begin by talking about what you paint a portrait on. It's usually a smooth surface, and I've chosen a masonite board. I prepared it with gesso, and I've worked up a sketch and transferred it on with a transfer paper called graphite. Then I sealed it, and I've buttered it up with my medium, meaning I've painted the medium on it. And the medium is Damar varnish, linseed oil, and turpentine. I'm going to use an 1.5 inch sash brush. Let's go to the palette and I'll mix up the first color. The first color that I'm going to use is burnt sienna, Indian yellow, and cadmium red light, because today we're going to paint a little baby Indian. Okay, now with this great big brush, just paint all the way across the face. And because the paints that I'm using are really very thin and the medium's already on the board, the paint comes off in a very transparent manner so that you can see the drawing right through. You never lose your drawing this way. And you get a lovely skin tone. Okay, this is a nice color to also use in the background. So I'm going to handle the background with this, and I'm just going to let the brush dance to and fro over the board. See how the paint just glides on? This is really such an easy way to get a quick portrait without a lot of effort. Now this can be smoothed down, but at first it's going to look a little streaky, but that's all right. It gives it a little character to have some brushwork in there. And so we're going to get a nice impression. I'm going to vignette, and that means to just cameo the portrait, and the rest of the painting will be very vague and sort of soft and diffused in the background. That's good because the center of interest is really the little face. So we don't want to confuse anyone by putting too much in the background with a portrait. I'm going to darken the corners, and I picked up a little burnt umber. Okay, if you're getting streaks that go in one particular direction, the way to handle that, if you want it to be nice and smooth, is to brush against the grain, brush in the opposite direction. And that would smooth it out. Okay, we've got a background going here. And it doesn't take long at all to really develop an interesting background. You can get all sorts of subtleties in your brushwork here just by changing the direction and brushing to and fro, making basket weave strokes in and out, crisscrossing them. The main thing is to keep it interesting. Don't let it become monotonous. You don't want a starburst around your face. Now this color is very good for the costume color, which will be a buckskin. So I'm just cleaning out my brush on it, and you notice it seems to get lighter as you come in towards the face, and that will help set the face off. I want to keep this color really out of the hair as much as possible because there's Indian yellow in it. When I go to paint that hair black, Indian yellow and black, or Payne's gray, will make a green. So it's a good idea to keep those colors separated in painting. Well, we're almost finished with the background. Now, wasn't that easy? Of course, that entire area can really be softened up with a nice little blending brush, which I call a bunny brush. It's really soft, soft hair. It's almost like rabbit hair. And a lot of painters use this for blending all sorts of things, but particularly this is really good on faces. So I'm going to blend down all the brush strokes that might show up in my little face. And I'm going to get to work on the details of the face. Now, the first additional color that I'm going to use on the face will be cadmium red light. And let's move to the palette and I'll show you how I load my brush. I'm dipping a short sable flat here, about a number 18, and I'm going to wipe it off on the palette so that I have a rather dry brush. I don't want gobs of color on the brush here because they're going to be too thick. This needs to be a little bit on the transparent side. So I'm going to stroke it in onto the painting about midway along the cheek, from the temple to the mouth. I'll load my brush again and I'll do the other cheek. Okay, and while I'm painting the cheek, I'll paint the lips because the lips will be approximately the same color. And since I have some red on my brush already, I may as well develop some of the headband. I always like to paint as many places that call for the same color at one time as possible. I think that helps the painting to come up like a negative and develop pretty much at the same time. I'm looking for another area that I might paint red here, and perhaps a little beadwork down here to match his headband. This is going to be a little Indian boy. We'll call him Little One Feather. Okay, the next color that I'm going to use will be white. I'm going to develop the highlights, and I'm just going to load my brush with a pure white. And I'm going to paint it right on to the surface of the face. You have to be careful about overloading the brush, which is something that can happen. In this particular instance, I got a little more paint than I actually wanted, so I'm dipping my brush into the paint and using it like an inkwell to spread it elsewhere on the face. Right now, I'm just painting the highlights, approximately where they're going to go, and then I'm going to blend them. And I have a really interesting technique for blending. I think that you're really going to like that. But see how as I strike the lights, they pick up the color from underneath. And as long as I have some white on the brush, I may as well highlight other areas. For instance, the lip, and maybe a little highlight on the chin. All right, I'm going to let that set for a minute and then I'll show you my blending technique. But I think this is a good time to let the paint rest and I'm going to show you how to paint eyes. Eyes are really very easy, and so are faces if you know how to paint them. Clean my brush, and I'm going to prepare to do the eyes. And I'm going to use a little liner brush. A number 1 or a number 2 is a good size for details such as eyes. I'm going to mix up, I'm going to the palette now, and I'm going to mix up some burnt umber and some ivory black. Now I want to make sure that the brush is not overloaded, so I'm rolling the brush and I'm wiping it off on the palette before I begin to paint. Now if you've got your drawing on there just the way you want it, there shouldn't be any problem in painting the eyes. But you can make a few adjustments as you paint. And the technique in painting the eye is that you, especially when working with children, is you want to paint the top eyelid first on both eyes. So I'm going to paint the top eyelid, and I'm using little quick short strokes rather than one even line. This way it'll resemble eyelashes. Little short strokes, and remember that eyes are really the important part of the painting to most people. Most people look into the eyes of a portrait, they want to see a lot in there, so this is an important part of the painting, and you want to make it just as lovely as you possibly can. So take your time with the eyes. Okay, we've got the top eyelid painted. That's the rim of the eyelid. Now I want to paint the pupil. So I'm going to paint the pupil, and I've loaded up my brush with the same color that I used for the eyelid liner or the lashes. And I'm going to paint the entire pupil in a solid mix of ivory black and burnt umber. Nice and easy. Can you see those eyes begin to appear? Now baby's eyes are really a little wider and usually larger than adult eyes in compared to the rest of the face. Now these eyes need a little sparkle, need to be livened up, so I'm going to add some sparkle. I'm going to dip my brush into some pure cadmium red light. Now combined with the dark that I've painted in there, it should make those eyes sparkle beautifully and pick up some of the reflected light from the skin and clothing. And here's a little bit of painter's grammar. You use a comma on the right and a period on the left, or a comma on the left and a period on the right, depending on the light source. And usually the comma, the period that is opposite the light source. So the light source here is coming from the right. So I'm going to paint the comma on the right, dipping my brush again, and the period on the left. And a comma on the right, this is for the left eye, and a period on the left. Now you may need to make some adjustment in the pupil area after you've added your accents. So you can go back and readjust that, make sure it's round if you've accidentally squared it up. And of course you know what comes next. That will be the white of the eye. So I'm going to take up a clean brush here and paint the white of the eye. Just loading it up with white paint again, only this time it's going to be a lot thinner so that I'm sure to pick up some of the undercolor. Okay, this is a little curving stroke. Here's a comma, Need a little more paint there. See how it's picking up the undercolor? That's most important because the whites of the eyes should really be very compatible to the skin tone. They should have some of the skin tone in them. Need to roll my brush a little bit and have just a touch too much paint. Okay, now we're ready for the lower eyelid. I'm going back to my palette and I'm picking up that little liner brush and I'm mixing up the same color that I used before. That's burnt umber and ivory black. Wiping my brush off on the palette. And now, ready to paint the lower eyelid. It should be, in comparison to the upper eyelid, thinner and lighter. Remember, thinner and lighter. Okay, a little more touch to the upper eyelid there. And since I have my brush all loaded and ready to go, I think I'll paint eyebrows. Okay, eyebrows are done a lot like eyelashes, little quick short strokes. I'm lifting up at the end of each stroke and it's a flick of the wrist, a flick of the wrist. And if they don't match, it really doesn't matter because most people do not have matching eyebrows anyway. So you're never going to paint exactly the same arch from the left as you get from the right. Don't worry about it. Okay, what do you suppose would be the last and most important detail in the eyes? That's right, it's the highlight. So load up a little brush, a pointed brush, soft sable with white, and get a nice little blob of paint on the end, and don't even try to touch the surface of the canvas or the board. Just touch paint to paint and dot. And if you pick up a little bit of the undercolor, clean the tip of the brush again and dip it again so it's nice fresh paint and dot. Okay, it's time to start blending on some of the highlights on the face. And I have a soft little blender brush here that I like to use. It's good for small places. And I have another bunny brush that's good for big places. So I'm going to try some of the larger areas first. And here's the technique. You pull the highlight out from the edge and blend it over the curve of the face, following the curve of the cheek and down into the red that you painted for the rouge of the face. See what a lovely soft blend of color you get there? Little apple cheeks. Now I seem to have a little extra paint here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push that back up and clean my brush as I go. It's a perfect example of what happens when you have a little too much white there. Of course, I did that deliberately so that you would know what to do in case of an emergency. And now I'm going to blend along the base of the lower eyelid using a smaller brush and out from the top of the highlight. Now the idea is that you want to try to keep as much of the painted highlight unblended in the center as possible so that it stays fresh and clean. Because you have wet paint under there, it's easy to muddy it up if you overblend it. So the idea is a light touch. Don't overblend it. Okay, blending on my lip, blending on my little chin. Now about now you really ought to be able to see a little face emerging. Can you see that face coming out of the board there? Now, I'm up so close I really can't see that, but I'm sure you can. I'm going to add a little touch more red here on the lips. All right, it's time to begin to work on the shadows. We've spent a lot of time really on the lights. Let's work on the shadows. A burnt sienna, using the brush that I had loaded for the eyebrows and eyes, will work just fine. So you don't really need to clean a brush here. And a little burnt sienna, draw a line along the nostril, wing, and I'll redefine the philtrum there. That's a little soup strainer. And I'm going to really define the opening of the mouth here and make a little shadow at each end of the mouth opening to create a little bit of a smile or a little happy expression. We want a happy little Indian. This is a happy painting and a happy little Indian. And up along the upper eyelid. Okay, now it's important when painting very young faces and babies that you be sure not to overwork the darks and not give them too many shadows, because it can age the baby. So I'm going to define the lower jaw now. And it's time to blend that in a little bit, and we'll put the hair on, and we'll soon have a little face here. Okay, my little soft blender brush. This is called a mop sometimes when you use it just for blending, and it's a little round brush. Some painters like to call it a mop. All right, I'm going to move along here and start painting the hair. I'm going to the palette and I'm going to mix up burnt umber and ivory black. And I'm using a great big aquarelle brush. Okay, from the center out and along the shape of the head. We want to follow the form of the head. Okay, give him some little hair hanging down by his face and ear. And a few little wispies sticking out from the headband. And while we're up here, let's paint a feather. In and down, along the chisel of the brush, in and down, in and down. Okay, and I'm going to paint a little vein in the feather. Okay, that's our little Indian boy. He's coming right out here. And, of course, we have to finish up his headband and give him a necklace. And we'll just keep this very vignetted. Okay, a little blue ornament. And a few blue beads. And perhaps a little white to show where the costume comes in. A little stroke of white here will show the edge of a neck of a little buckskin. This is really a little baby, so he has a very short neck. Little ornamentation on his rosette there on the little amulet that hangs down. And here we have a little Indian, painted with ease, no effort, very little mixing, and a whole lot of fun. I hope that you enjoyed that.
Vern, we'd like to thank you very, very much for being here with us today. On behalf of all of us here, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting. God bless. Hope to see you next week. Bye-bye now. Hi, welcome back. Hope you have your easel set up and you're ready to paint along with me today. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting. Let's go up to the canvas and get started. Now I've already covered this canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white so it's nice and wet and slick and ready to go. Start a little bit of phthalo blue, a little bit of phthalo blue. And just work it into the bristles. And let's just put a happy little sky up here. Just making little crisscross strokes. Just let your brush bounce around, play, have fun. There we go. A little more of the blue. It's always simple to add more color, but it's a son of a gun to take it out. So use very little color on your brush. You can always go back and put a little more in. Okay. And that quick, we have a happy little sky. There we go. And you don't want to kill all these little spots here that happen. It ends up looking like little cloud indications, and you really haven't done a thing. Let the canvas work and the magic white work. And we'll wash our brush. Tell you what, let's just use this old big brush, Dan. I'll go right into some titanium white. I'm just going to pull the brush right through the color. Just pull it right through the color. Go down here and get a little permanent red. Put it right in there too. That'll make a little sunlight here. Just pull it one direction. And let's go up here. Maybe there's a big old cloud that lives right there. It's your cloud, so you just put him wherever you want him. Little tiny circles here. And he just sort of floats across the sky. And he's got a friend that lives right there. Clouds need friends too. We all need a friend. Okay, now I'm going to use just the same old brush here. I'll just fill that in a little. Okay. Now, with a clean, dry brush, and I have several of them here, I'm going to just blend this out a little. Not touching the top at all yet. Just blending. Don't want to kill all the little actions. Just want to blend them a little bit. And I'm going to lift it up, sort of fluff that cloud up. We'll fluff this one up. And very lightly, we'll just blend it all together. Ain't that easy? We got a quick little sky. That's all it takes. Same old dirty brush, I'll go right into some sap green. Just load that brush full of sap green. And let's go right up here to the canvas, and maybe today we'll have, there it is, just a little hill like right here. Just let it go. This is just straight sap green, and it's mixing with the magic white that's on the canvas. So you get all the beautiful little things happening. Okay. And all we're doing here is applying some dark color, so our light color will show later on. You need the dark in order to show light. But this is also where you begin deciding the lay of the land. And in my mind, this is sort of roundish here. So keep the strokes going that way, or however way you want it. Okay, just drop it in. Now I want it darker in the foreground. The landscape should always be darker as they get closer to you. So without cleaning the brush, I'll go right into some phthalo blue. And down here on the bottom, we'll just drop that in. Just to darken it up. And then we'll work upward so that it gets lighter as we go toward the horizon. And that gives us a nice dark background to play with. And we're not worried about detail or shape or anything else at this point. All I'm doing is applying color to the canvas so we have something to work with. Okay, while I got this old dirty brush, I'll go back and let's use some sap green, some Van Dyke brown, a little alizarin crimson, and maybe, there's some little trees that live up here. So we'll just drop in some basic shapes. Still not looking for a lot of detail. Just very, very basic shapes. Very basic. Once again, you need this dark color in order to show light. Okay, now we have some little trees up here on top of our hill. Now then, I'm going to take some titanium white and a little burnt umber in it. White with a little umber. And pull that paint out very flat. Cut across it, get a little roll of paint right out on the edge of your knife. And with that, we can go up here and we'll make some little tree trunk indications. We're not looking for detail yet, so just drop them in. Most of these will be covered up, but a few of them will show. A few of them will show. And people will think you worked for long periods of time to put them in. This is a little Van Dyke brown here. Maybe there's going to be a few little trees that project right on up like this. We'll put some leaves on them, so we're not too worried right now. All we're looking for is just some indications here and there. Okay, let's get us a 1-inch brush and begin putting some highlight here. Let's put a little magic white on the brush. The magic white will thin your paint. So into the magic white, I'll go into some cad yellow and get up some sap green. So we have cad yellow and sap green. Okay, pull that brush in one direction. Load it full of paint. Look at all the paint on that brush. Just look right on the end. You can see there's a tremendous amount of paint there. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. Let's start right in here. And very gently, we'll just drop in some nice little leaves on this tree. Now we begin worrying about a little detail. And this is a very gentle touch, barely touching the canvas. It's a lot of paint on the brush, so you don't have to push hard. We'll add a little yellow ochre, just to change the color. And maybe, there it is, right there. Another happy little tree. Okay, and we'll go back and get a little more of the sap green. And let's just drop a few little indications of some leaves out here on this little tree. See how easy that is? And maybe on this little tree here, there's just a few little things happening. You can start adding a little permanent red to our color. Okay, maybe right here. It's another little tree. And you have to make these decisions in your world. How many trees are there? It's up to you. Just vary these colors, let them sort of go back and forth, play. There's one over here. Don't want him to be left out. He'd cry if you leave him out. But see, he's still worried about the lay of the land. Still want to pay attention to that. Let the land go in the direction you want it to go in. Don't kill all your dark colors. Those dark colors are needed to make the light colors show. Okay, let's go over to the other side of the canvas and we'll drop in some highlights right here on this one. You sort of work in layers. It really makes your painting much, much deeper. It makes all these things happen. You need that depth in there. We don't want flat paintings. Okay, now, maybe we'll take just the point of the knife, cut in a few little sticks and twigs. Just here and there. Now, if you want a twig that's a little wider, turn the knife sideways, and it'll make wider little sticks and trunks and stuff. If you want them real skinny, use it straight on. And I use just the point of the knife. Okay. Tell you what, let's have a little house right there. Way back in the distance. I'll start with some Van Dyke brown, and we'll make a decision. Maybe it lives right there. And we'll do the eaves. See, that's sort of a nice way just to lay it out. And here goes the roof. Goes right over like that. See, and you just lay out a basic shape. Pull it all together. There, just barely touching the canvas. You need an overhang. Okay, now, right down through here. There we go. I don't want this to get too big. I want it to be far away. Okay, let's take some Van Dyke brown, some white, a little burnt umber. And we'll put some highlight on this old building here. Barely touch, barely touch, barely touch. Just let it whisper through. Now, we have to make a decision. What kind of roof does it have? Does it have a shingle roof? Flat roof? What do we want? Okay, let's take some permanent red. And we'll use the little edge of the knife, and maybe we'll just drop a few little indications of some shingles. Just touching, pulling. At the top of this one overlap. The other one, just let them overlap. And you can put all the little shingles you want on here. It's a super way to make very simple little shingle roofs. We need a door. Maybe this is an old barn type building. We'll put a big door in it. Maybe it's just an old barn the farmer had sitting out here. A little bit of white. We can make that door stand out. And when you're painting buildings, you know, you can change your mind. Maybe right out here there's an old shed on this building. Maybe this old farmer here was like me. He ran out of room. So he started putting additions onto it. Need a front, a side. We'll take just a little paint. We'll put some boards in there. Just cut right through the paint. Got just a tiny bit of white paint on the knife. Okay, let's put some indication of if he shingled the roof. Chances are he'd probably put some shingles over here on his little shed. There we go. Just like that. Now then, let's put some Let's put a little bit of grass around the bottom of this barn. Just right here. He hadn't been keeping his weeds mowed. Nature's about to reclaim this one. There we go. We just wash that brush and start with a nice clean brush. Okay, let's go right here. There, that stands out a little better. Okay. We about have us a little barn. I'm going to add a tiniest little bit of white right here just to make that stand out, so hopefully you can see it just a little better at home. There. I think that'll help make it stand out a little. Alrighty. Now we can start making some more decisions. What do we have here in the foreground? And we'll just keep going with this 1-inch brush. And maybe there's a nice little bush that lives here. You're still concerned about the lay of the land. Follow the lay of the land. Most important. There it comes. Tell you what, maybe you can see what's left of an old path here. Let's see, maybe the trees and the bushes have just about taken it over, but you can still make out a little indication here and there. There used to be an old path there. Take a little brown and white and highlight that a little. Just barely touching the canvas. And we don't know where it goes. Okay. Now we need to bring some of these little grassy areas right up to the path. That'll set it down into the painting. And the path sort of gives you a nice perspective, pushes everything back. And a little more of the color. And as I say here, the bushes and the trees have just about taken over again. Not much of the path left. So you just cover up whatever you don't want. It just sort of fades out down here. I tell you what, maybe lives a big tree over here. Let's make some black. I'll use some phthalo green and alizarin crimson in about equal parts. Phthalo green, alizarin crimson. Ooh, that's one of the noises like pulling your finger down chalkboard, make you shudder. Okay. Now then, mix this up real good. A little bit of paint. Let's go up here. Maybe we'll make a nice tree trunk. There it is. There it is. This will help push everything back. Maybe there's a friend lives right there. Got 2 tree trunks. Just let them go. Right on up. Where does it go? Goes right on out of sight, right off the canvas. Right off the canvas. Good dark color. Give him some little foots down here. Tree needs some foots. Okay. Now then, put a few little indications of some limbs, and then we can drop some leaves on this tree. And it just helps push your little building back further. Gives you another plane. Use a little brown and white. And we'll just put some little indications of some highlight here. Okay. There. Just enough to make it stand out. Okay. Good. And I'll go right back and get this old big brush. It's still dirty. And let's just take and just very quickly drop in some Some general little leaf shapes here. We're not looking for a lot of detail. This is sap green, little Van Dyke brown, little alizarin crimson. Just the old, same old dirty brush I was using earlier. It's got a little bit of everything on it. As long as it's dark, that's the big thing. As long as it's dark. And here we're pushing quite hard. Really want to push that color right into the canvas. And I can go back to the 1-inch brush. We'll put a little, let's use a little bit of cad yellow and sap green. Pull that brush in one direction. Load it full of paint. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. And very lightly, just begin touching and building in some basic little patterns, some little shapes. You don't want your tree to be all flat. Remember that there's limbs projecting towards you. They're not all just going off the sides. So you need all these little patterns inside to make it have depth and shape. Don't want it to be just an old flat tree. Okay. Now down here at his foots, we can put some little bushes and stuff down here. And if your paint doesn't stick, add a little paint thinner to it, and then it'll stick. Okay, still following the lay of the land. I tell you what, maybe we can see, maybe there's a little bit of a stream we can see. Maybe it just sort of creeps along here, and it lives right there. I'll touch a little phthalo blue. Maybe it just comes right down through here, wherever you want it. Or if you don't want a stream in your world, don't put it in. Just pull straight down. You need that dark. I'll touch a little of the black color that I made. I want it very dark. Very dark. There we go. That's much better. Much better. And very lightly. Just go across. Now we need a fan brush. I'm going to use a little magic white and a little bit of the titanium white. Magic white and titanium white. I'll put the magic white in there just to thin it a little. And maybe the little stream comes right down through here. And it just bounces and plays and has fun. Let all these little things happen. Okay, maybe it comes right on down. Tell you what, maybe right here, there's a big stone. It hits, kaploosh, and just falls over. This is your stream, so you make it go anywhere you want it to go. Splashes down here, works right on through. There's another one. And there's always stones that are underneath the water that you really can't even see them, but they cause all kinds of beautiful little things to happen. You know, when you buy your first tube of paint, you get that artist's license, and read it. It says you can do anything you want to do, at least on this piece of canvas. This piece of canvas is your world. Anything that you want to do. Okay, we'll take a little yellow ochre, a little cad yellow, and I just want to just here and there drop in a few more bushes. Tell you what, let's do. I'm going to take another fan brush. Let's put some land in here. Use some Van Dyke brown, burnt umber. A lot of paint on the brush, and maybe we'll just scrub in some dirt area here. Put some borders on our little stream. Comes right around. Maybe it's right here. Just to put some dirt in here. Okay, there's another little stone. Wherever you want it. Comes right on out here. Okay, I'll just use the same old brush. Take some yellow ochre and a little white on it. And let's just put in some little indications, a little permanent red added to that. That'll sparkle it up. Make it just look like little stones here and there. Wherever. There we go. And you can put as many little stones as you want in your world. Okay, I'll use the fan brush, a little bit of cad yellow. And let's just drop in some happy little bushes here and there. They come right down. And this brings all this together. Just bring it all together. Okay. Not that easy. You can create a beautiful little painting. And you really don't have to plan it. Just sort of look at it, let it happen. There we go. Okay, then we can take our brush that had the watercolor on it, clean up these edges. And this is where you bring it all together. Just like so. Take your brown, some of these stones here are very dark. I want them very dark, so they stand out better. There's one right there. Just let it go. Okay. Now then, tell you what, maybe there's a little stick, little thing that lives right here. All kinds of little limbs. This is just, I'm using that black color. Still using that alizarin crimson and phthalo green. I want it to stand out, nice dark color. And a little limb here and there, wherever you want them. Wherever. There we go. And we can take our liner brush. I use a little thin oil or paint thinner, either one. I use a little oil. And we can put a few little limbs here and there. I like the oil because it slides a little easier when you have a lot of paint here. But paint thinner will work just as well if you don't have oil. And just put an old dead stick out here. There we go. And maybe there's some little things that live right there. This thin paint, you can move it very easily on top of the other paint without becoming a mud mixer. And wherever you want these little sticks, drop them in. Drop them in. Okay, tell you what, let's do. Let's take a little more of the oil. I'll go right into some permanent red here. And let's sign this painting. There we are. And I hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a lot of fun. Give you some ideas. And at home you can make some beautiful paintings also. Until next week, God bless. Happy painting.